Let's hear from Benjamin Starr Middle School joining us in Section 2 today.
Moving on to the top half of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. 1-0 New Britain with the lead. It'll be 4, 5, 6 in the order coming to the plate for the Bees. Maddox, Griffin, and Roof due up against the right-hander John Lester. Lester on the season, 2-2 with a 4.50 ERA. This his 5th start. Maddox, left-handed batter. He homered last night. Here's the wind and the pitch. Outside with a fastball, and it is 1-0. Lester was a late insertion into the rotation late last night. Scott Snodgrass will start game number 2 today. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a ground ball to second. Garcia moves to his right. He's in front of it, scooping, and he tosses on to first. Maddox out number 1, and here comes John Griffin. Jim Tarabokia on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Nearly 10 million Americans have their identity stolen each year. ID Shield prevents you from becoming just another statistic. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boulware at 571-337-3588 or log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BoulwareMJ. Right-handed hitting Griffin. The pitch, low and away with a fastball. And it is 1-0. John is hitting at 189 with a home run and 7 RBIs on the year. The Crabs with their run back in the bottom of the first on 2 hits. The pitch. And for a strike, clipping the outside corner. And it is 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonathan Roof on deck. Bases are empty. Here's the pitch on the way. Swinging a foul. Back and out of play towards the first base side as the fans scatter about. Falls right off the end of the bat of John Griffin. And it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bees checking in with a record of 12-12 on the year. Wind the pitch home. Swinging a line drive, wrapped into left. That's down for a base hit. Walton over towards the line to cut it off before it gets to the warning track. And Griffin with the second hit of the ball game for the Bees. So now Jonathan Roof will come to the plate. Now 2 base runners in the game for the Bees as well. 1-0, Blue Crabs have the lead. This game 1 of a doubleheader here today in game 2 of the 4-game series. The Bees winning last night 6-3. As they scored 3 runs in the first and then another 3 in the fourth. Here's the pitch. Squaring his Roof, drops down the bunt foul, third base side. And it is 0-1 to the right-hander hitting second baseman. Batting at an even 300 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Tim Sexton was the originally scheduled starter today for Southern Maryland, but he was bumped out for John Lester. He will return to the bullpen for now. Scott Snodgrass again will start game number 2. And it's back to the regular rotation tomorrow with Sean Garceau getting the start. The pitch on the way. A strike called over the outside corner with a fastball. Nothing in 2 is the count to Roof with Kevin Rivers on deck. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul, sent back to the screen. Roof stays alive at 0-2. Again, the second ball game today will start approximately 30 minutes at the completion of game 1. Lester kicks and fires. Swung on, popped him up right around the home plate area in foul territory. Outside the right-handed batter's box, it's Flores, the catcher, straddling the line. He makes the catch. Back to first base goes Griffin, and with 2 outs, Kevin Rivers will stand in.
Now batting number 9, left fielder Kevin Rivers.
Rivers, the left fielder, hitting at .210 with a home run and 2 RBIs as we enter the bottom 3 in the order for New Britain, looking to break over that 500 mark here this season. Nelson plays well off the line at third. The pitch on the way. Outside and a little bit low. And it is 1 ball and no strikes to Kevin, the Bristol, Connecticut native, 6'2", 205-pounder. Guy who spent the majority of his career in the Mariners organization. Lester with a high set. The pitch on the way. Outside and high, a change. And now it is 2 balls and no strikes. Lester, the oldest pitcher on this Blue Crabs staff. He's 37 years of age. Guy who also pitched at the major league level. Sets shoulder high with Griffin off first. The pitch. In for a strike. A fastball dotting the outside corner. Angel Flores is behind the plate here in game 1. You would imagine that Gustavo Molina will be back behind the plate in game number 2. Molina, of course, in the lineup last night. He homered. The pitch. Low and away. Scooped by Flores. And now a good hitter's count for Kevin Rivers. It is 3 balls and 1 strike. An overcast morning. 54 degrees. Lights are on. Wind is blowing out towards right center about 3 miles per hour. 1-0 is our score. Top of the second. Blue Crabs the lead. Next offering is grounded sharply through the hole on the right side. A base hit. Myers scooping it up cleanly. Griffin stops at second base. That's the second hit of the inning and the third of the game.
Now batting number 6, center fielder.
All 3 hits here in the ball game for the Bees have been singles, and now John Jones, the speedy center fielder, will come to the plate. Hitting at .224 is Jones, with 8 runs driven in. Jones climbs in right side. Wilson plays well off the line at first. Outfielders medium depth. With an outside target, Lester deals home. Swing and a miss. Good change up from John Lester. And it is 0-1. Lester 6'3", 220 pounds, from Mariposa, California. Been part of the year last year in Mexico. Here's the pitch. A little bit high and outside with a slider. And the count levels to 1 ball and 1 strike. Lester drafted by the Cubs in the 11th round of the 2000 draft. The pitch on the way. Swinging a hot shot back up the middle out of the range of Garcia and into center for a base hit. Griffin racing around third. Brown's throw to the plate on a bounce. Tag. Safe. Griffin slides in feet first safely. An RBI single for John Jones, his 9th RBI of the year. And we are knotted at 1 here in the top of the second. A good throw by Brown. The tag was applied late, though, by Angel Flores. It was a tough bounce. In fact, the throw, I think, was a little bit high, and the bounce took that hop closer to the home plate area. So Flores was a little bit handcuffed by the bounce. He had to make sure he caught it, and then he tried to apply the tag, and by that time, Griffin was just able to slide in a hair earlier than that tag. First and second, 2 outs, 3 hits in the inning for the Bees, tying the game. Here's Anthony Hewitt, the right fielder. The pitch on the way. Outside with a fastball, and it's 1-0. Hewitt, right-handed hitting right fielder, 143 batting average with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. Lester, shoulder high set, checks the runner. Here's the pitch on the way. In for a strike at the knees. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Greg Golson, also an outfielder for the Bees, is still listed as day-to-day with a hand injury. Again, I told you a little bit about it last night. He cut his hand while loading his bag onto the bus, onto the bus coming to Southern Maryland. Next offering, tapped foul, right at the plate. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes with James Skelton waiting on deck, the leadoff hitter for the Bees. Lester with a high set, checks the runner at second. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Flores the block. Comes out in front of the plate, gets the angle, and throws down to first to complete the strikeouts. Second K for John Lester, but the Bees are able to tie the game here in the top half of the second inning as they score a run on 3 hits, and they leave 2 runners on. We head to the bottom of the second, tied at 1. Bees and the Blue Crabs on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 26th, your Blue Crabs will take on the York Revolution for Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day, a post-game movie, pre-game autograph session, and kids play free in Pinch's Playground, and post-game kids run the bases. On June 27th, we take on the Sugarland Skaters for Bark in the Park, presented by Perfect Pet Resort, as well as dance competition night and dollar hot dog night. And on June 28th, it's Hearing Professionals Silver Slugger Night number 5, as well as the Pitch on to Books Drive for Thankful Tuesdays and Free Popcorn Tuesdays presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
Last of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The game tied at 1. New Britain Bees and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Game 2 of this 4-game series here this morning. Game 3, approximately 30 minutes at the completion of this ball game here. 2 7-inning games, doubleheader today. It'll be bottom 3 in the order for the Blue Crabs, checking in with a record of 7-18. It'll be DeZamba, Garcia, and Brown against Sean Haviland. The pitch. And Sean pours in a fastball, a strike over the inside corner from the right-hander. 6'2", 200-pounder, 30 years of age. Left-handed hitting John DeZamba. The pitch. John takes low with a fastball. DeZamba hitting at 226 with 2 RBIs. He's put together some good at-bats lately, and slowly but surely he's getting more and more playing time. He's in the lineup for the second consecutive game here today. Next offering, high and away with a fastball. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The Buffalo, New York native, John DeZamba, made this team coming out of spring training. Haviland turns, kicks, fires. Up high. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Outfielders shading towards right center. Sun trying to peek out of the clouds on this overcast morning. 55 degrees. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 4. And Sean Haviland walks his second Blue Crab of the day. Eric Garcia will stand in a tie ball game 1-1. Haviland from Middletown, Connecticut. He attended Harvard University where he was a member of 3 National Honor Societies. He has always been proud of that baseball identity, as most baseball players are and should be. Comes from a baseball family. Here's the pitch to Garcia. Eric looks over a fastball. A strike over the outside edge. His father, Tim, a college outfielder at the University of Connecticut, and his grandfather, Clayton, was both a catcher and a pitcher for Cornell. Not only does he have that baseball connection, but he's got the Ivy League connection in his family as well. The pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped on the ground. Fair inside the line. Down the right field side, heading towards the corner. On his way to third, DeZamba. He's being waved around. The relay throw cut off. On his way to third goes Garcia. The throw is too late. Eric slides in feet first safely. The head of that throw from Jonathan Roof down the right field line. That was a high chopper right over the head of Griffin. And it bounced down the right field line, just fair inside the chalk. It's an RBI triple for Eric Garcia, his 5th RBI of the year, and the Blue Crabs now have a 2-1 lead. Gary Brown will stand in now, and that's great hustle too by John DeZamba, who scored all the way from first base. The pitch, and Brown, right-handed hitter, takes high with a fastball. The center fielder hitting at 226. With 3 RBIs. He was hitless in last night's game. Infielders coming up to the cut of the infield grass. The 1-0 pitch. Taken high with a slider that didn't break. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. For Haviland, a fastball, a cutter, a slider, a change, and a splitter, which he does not often use. He uses all the previous pitches more. There's a called strike on the next offering, and it is 2-1. He's got a lot of movement to his pitches. His curveball, or I should say his slider, resembles that of a curveball because it's somewhat 12-6. He's got a good changeup. The pitch on the way. Brown looks at a fastball low and outside. And a good hitter's count at 3 balls and 1 strike with Steve Lombardozzi on deck. 2-1 Blue Crabs. We are in the bottom of the second inning. Still nobody out. The kick, the pitch. Taken for a called strike over the inner third. And there was that slider with tight spin on that last offering. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set from Haviland, the pitch home. Check swing, bouncer off of the knob of the bat as it rolls foul up the first base side. That might have got a piece of the hands of Gary Brown along with the knob. I think he got the fleshy part of that front left hand towards the bottom, actually towards his wrist. That's a good place to get it because that's the fleshiest part of the outer edge, if you will, of the hand. Now he's going to be looked at here by Jeremy Owens, the manager, and the training staff as well. It sounded like from up here that it got most of the knob of the bat. He checks out okay. He'll climb back in. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Blue Crabs with a 2-1 lead. Southern Maryland with 3 hits here in the game off of Sean Haviland, who, by the way, I think it is very difficult after a night game. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, fisted foul back to the screen as Brown shakes his hand out. I think it's very difficult for any pitcher to start a 10:35 in the morning game. It's just very difficult. It really, these games kind of throw off your routine if you're a player a little bit, especially if you're a pitcher. I've not seen, in my time here, many pitchers have that much success pitching in the morning. 3-2 offer. Breaking ball, hit in the air to left and shallow. Rivers sprinting in, slows to a jog, makes the catch, bluffing the tag Garcia as he heads back to the bag. Throw comes into the left side, cut off by Rosa. So Brown hitting that one off the end of the bat, unable to push Garcia across. And with 1 out, Steve Lombardozzi will get a chance. Garcia with that go-ahead RBI triple, scoring John DeZama, who started the inning with a walk. Lombardozzi, switch hitter, batting left. He singled and scored a run back in the first. He also stole third base. 2-1 Blue Crabs were in the last of the second. Infielder still up on the cut of the grass, with the exception of John Griffin over at first. He's even with the bag. The pitch. Swung on, bounced weakly to the right side, charging Roof onto the grass from second, bobbles, drops the baseball, and everybody's safe. Garcia scores from third, sliding in feet first, just for good measure. Then the Blue Crabs take a 3-1 lead as they push another run across. That'll be a hit for Steve Lombardozzi. Last night, and that was kind of a questionable hit, but as it is, Lombardozzi credited with a hit and an RBI, but last night, some shoddy defense for New Britain. If there was one problem they had last night, it was the 2 errors that they made. They played a very good game last night, but they did make 2 errors. Here's Nelson now on the pitch. Bryant swings and misses. He dropped down a sac bunt his first time out. Nelson, switch hitter, batting from the left side as Lombardozzi takes his lead off of first base, being held on by Griffin. Quick toss over to first. Lombardozzi diving back in, head first safely. Off the first base edge. The set, the pitch. Lombardozzi starts and stops. The pitch is bounced towards the middle. Moving to his right, Roof collects the hop, steps on second, and tosses to first. 4-3 double play. And the inning is over. Blue Crabs, though, are able to score 2 runs in the inning on 2 hits. Eric Garcia with an RBI triple, and Steve Lombardozzi with an RBI single. At the end of 2 innings of play, Blue Crabs 3 and The Bees 1. You're listening to the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Match.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a jersey auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
John Lester finishing up his warm-up tosses, top half of the third inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs with 2 runs scored back in the bottom of the second inning, and they lead it 3-1. It'll be the top of the order for the Bees: Skelton, Chavez, and Rosa. Skelton, the catcher, left-handed batter. He struck out swinging his first time. The wind, the pitch. In for a strike at the belt with a fastball. And it is 0-1. Nelson is up on the cut of the grass at third base. Skelton 1 for 5 last night. Here's the kick and the pitch. Swung on, pulled on the ground, foul outside of first. An overcast day. Lights are on here at the ballpark. No rain expected. And for the final game of the series tomorrow, it is supposed to be beautiful out. It is a little bit chilly right now, about 55 degrees. Wind blowing out to right center field. The wind, the pitch on the way. In the dirt, low. Smothered by Flores, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Skelton will be followed by Chavez and then Jovan Rosa. Lester into the wind. Here comes a 1-2. Outside low with a fastball. And now the count levels to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lester, with his right foot in the middle of the rubber, turns, kicks, delivers. Strike 3 called, a change at the knees on the outer half. Third strikeout for Lester. And with 1 out, Brandon Chavez will come to the plate. Chavez, switch hitter, batting from the left side. He singled his first time. Blue Crabs up 3-1. Lester pitched a total of 3 seasons at the major league level. First offer, swing and a miss on a high fastball. And it is 0-1. Lester made his debut with the Cubs back in 2004. He pitched in 32 games out of the bullpen. In fact, he went 5-1 that year with a 3.89 ERA. 0-1. Low and in. And it is 1 ball and 1 strike. He also pitched with the Orioles in 2007. In his 15th professional season. Turn, the kick, the pitch. Fastball, snaps in, a called strike. Right down the heart of the plate, and I think Chavez thought it was a little bit low as he adjusts his black batting gloves outside the left-handed batter's box. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out, 3-1. The Crabs out in front. The kick, the pitch. A little bit low. Lester thought it was strike 3 as he started to walk off the mound. It might have been a little bit outside as well. Flores tried to frame it. As it is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. The wind, the pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to short. Lombardozzi scoops, shuffles the feet, tosses on to first. A little bit high. Wilson pulls it down and steps on the base. Good job by Wilson on the back end as he saved an error on that possible high throw from Lombardozzi. Wasn't pretty, but 6-3 on the putout. 2 outs, nobody on, 3-1. Blue Crabs out in front as we play here in the top of the third. Jovan Rosa, who hit into a 5-4-3 double play, will climb in. The third baseman who ripped a 2-run home run over the wall and left in his first at bat last night. Lester looking for a 1-2-3 inning. The kick, the pitch home. In for a strike. Good fastball over the outer third. And it is 0-1. The out-of-town scoreboard today. Patriots a 3-1 lead over the Bluefish. Next offering, a wave and a miss. A good slider with tight spin. And it is 0-2. Patriots and the Bluefish playing in the top of the third at Harbor Yard. Later on tonight, the Ducks taking on the Skeeters in Sugar Land, Texas. Swing and a miss on the next offering on a high fastball. And down goes Rosa. 2 strikeouts in the inning for John Lester, who now has 4 Ks here in the game. 1-2-3 inning. Bees set down in order. We move on to the last of the third. It is the Blue Crabs 3 and the Bees 1. You're listening to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network presented by Legal ID Shield.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the 5th inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Coming out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
Zach Wilson will start things here in the home half of the third. 3-1 Blue Crabs are out in front. It'll be Wilson, Walton, and Myers due up. Sean Haviland winds and fires. A swing and a pop foul off to the right and out of play. Wilson, right-handed batter, walked in his first plate appearance back in the first. Right-hander Sean Haviland has allowed 3 hits here in the game and has walked 2 guys. Wilson hitless last night, breaking that 9-game hitting streak. Next offering low and away with a fastball. And it is 1 ball and 1 strike. He has hit safely in 9 of his last 10 games. During that 9-game hitting streak, he hit .529. He's been on fire with the bat. 1-1. Fastball fouled away to the first base side into the crowd. 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count to Zach, who, how about this for a disparity? He's hitting .081 at home, 3 for 37. And on the road, 18 for 42, a .429 batting average. 1-2. Swung on, bounced on the ground, wide of third. Rosa moves to his left, he scoops, and sidearms to first. Wilson retired for out number 1, and Jamar Walton will come to the plate. Walton with an RBI single, cracking it back up the middle into center in the first inning. Blue Crabs out in front 3-1. Each team with 4 hits apiece. This game one of a doubleheader today. First offering. Outside with a fastball, 1-0. Both games 7 innings long. And it's game 2 and 3 in the 4-game sets. Avilan steps off the backside of the rubber looking for more pitch selection from James Skelton, his catcher. Sean turns, kicks, fires. Walton stepping out. Time was not granted as the pitch is low and inside. I think Jamar was trying to call time, but it was not granted by James Clayton, the home plate umpire. Either way, it's a ball, so it's 2-0. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a soft liner into left field. That drops down in front of Rivers for a base hit. Kevin plays it on one bounce, and Walton 2 for 2 in the game with a pair of singles. Crabs have 5 hits here this morning, and Darby Myers will stand in. Northern Maryland looking to add to their 3-1 lead. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard around the Atlantic League, the Revolution will take on the Barnstormers, 7 o'clock first pitch at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Myers looks at a fastball strike over the inside corner. Patriots and the Bluefish will play game 2 of a doubleheader tonight, 7:15 the start there. Avilan sets, an outside target, deals the pitch home. Breaking ball, bends in, a called strike over the outer third. It is now 0-2. And the Ducks and the Skeeters will play game 2 of a doubleheader tonight at around 9 o'clock out in Sugar Land, Texas at Constellation Fields. The pitch on the way. Swung on, popped foul off first behind the bag. Griffin ranging into foul territory up against the sidewall as it twists out of play. And the kids trying to get the baseball. A lot of kids here today. It is Baseball and Education Day. There is estimated about 2,000 kids that were expected to be here today. Myers staying alive. One out. Walton the lead off of first, not running the pitch. Bounced foul to the padded backstop. And the count holds at 0-2 with Angel Flores waiting on deck. On the Major League Baseball side of things, a couple of afternoon affairs. Miami and Philadelphia, 105 starts. In Philly, Minnesota and Detroit, 110 start. The pitch swung on, bounced over the mound towards the middle. Charging his roof, gloves on the cut of the grass, tags out Walton, spins around, pump fakes the throw, and holds on to the baseball. Myers is safe at first with the fielder's choice as Walton is raced off the base path. So Angel Flores will climb in. Blue Crabs with 5 hits here in the game off of Sean Haviland, the 30-year-old. He was drafted by the Athletics in the 33rd round of the 08 draft out of Harvard. Here's the set position. The pitch on the way. Runner breaks for second. A strike call. Throw to second on a line. It skips by the second baseman roof. Chavez, the shortstop, there to back it up right behind the bag as Myers slides in feet first safely. For Darby, that is stolen base number 5 on the season. And he works his way into scoring position. 0-1 to Angel Flores. From the chest, check of the runner, the pitch. Down and away, skips by Skelton and rolls all the way to the backstop. Moving up to third on the wild pitch is Myers. Now he's 90 feet away. That was a slider uncorked out of the right hand of Haviland. And that pitch really wasn't anywhere close to the strike zone. In fact, Skelton moved to his right to try to block it behind the left-handed batter's box. James last night did a really nice job defensively behind the plate. He blocked a good amount of pitches in the dirt from what I remember. Myers is leading foul territory at third. Next offering. Swung on, lifted in the air to shallow center. Chavez ranging back from short, waving the arms, calling, and Brandon makes a one-hand acrobatic belt-high catch right in front of the center fielder Jones. Side retired, and the Blue Crabs leave a runner 90 feet away. We move on to the top half of the fourth inning. It is Southern Maryland 3 and New Britain 1 on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Top half of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs have the 3-1 lead as John Lester finishes up his warm-up tosses. Lester has retired 4 straight, and he has 4 strikeouts here in the game. He's allowed a run on 4 hits. Meanwhile, for the Blue Crabs, 3 runs on 5 hits. They took the lead early in the bottom of the first. Bees came back tied in the second, but the Blue Crabs with 2 runs scored in the home half of the inning. And they've got the 3-1 lead. Craig Maddox will start things, 4-5-6. The wide, the pitch on the way. Maddox swings and pops it foul straight back over the screen and out of play. And it is 0-1 to the designated hitter, Craig Maddox, who checked into the game hitting at just over 300, 302. His first home run of the season hit last night as he ripped it over the wall in right field. The 0-1 pitch up high with a change. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. It was an absolute shot last night. In fact, it landed about 3/4 of the way up the grass hill in right. That's, as we've talked about many times, the deepest part of this ballpark. The 1-1. Wave and a miss at a change. And Maddox with that custom eye black that he always wears from what I remember from last year during afternoon, in this case, morning games. He's down the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. He'll be followed by John Griffin and then Jonathan Roof. The turn, the kick, the pitch. Strike 3 called. A fastball right over the outside edge. So Maddox 0 for 2. And Lester has 5 strikeouts here in the game. Now John Griffin will hit. He singled and scored a run in his first plate appearance back in the second inning. The Crabs up 3-1 as they wear the baby blue jerseys here today with the home white pants. The pitch, low and away. The Bees in their yellowish gold jerseys with the road gray pants. Bright colors from the Bees and light colors from the Blue Crabs today. 1-0. Swing and a miss. A high fastball. And John Griffin went chasing. Griffin 6'6", 230 pounds. Guy who spent the bulk of his career in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air to right, pretty well hit. Myers scampering back, now circles to his left towards the corner. Onto the warning track. Darby makes a one-hand running catch 3 feet from the wall. That just kept traveling. The wind is blowing out to right center field. I didn't think it was hit all that deep, but I just kept watching Myers go back and back and back. Finally, he stepped onto the warning track, and he had enough room to make that grab. 2 outs, nobody on. Jonathan Roof will hit. 3-1 Blue Crabs out in front as we play here in the top of the fourth. Quickly moving game here. The pitch on the way. Roof swings and lifts it in the air to right. Medium depth. Myers jogging in on it. Darby underneath. Makes a one-hand grab. And just like that, the Bees are set down in order, 1, 2, 3. John Lester has retired 7 straight going back to the second inning. Bottom of the fourth, coming up, Blue Crabs, a 3-1 lead over the Bees on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Hey, Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark June 14th for Hearing Professionals Silver Sluggers Night. On June 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish, join us for Coors Light Can Do Wednesday. $3 Coors Light beers from 5:30 to the middle of the 5th inning. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Scott Main, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Last of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs out in front, 3-1 over the New Britain Bees, looking to even this 4-game series. Last night the Bees with the 6-3 victory. Baseball and Education Day today. A lot of kids in the ballpark. Very good crowd on hand. Relatively chilly day, but it is overcast. No rain expected. Lights are on. Wind is blowing out to right center. Good day for baseball, at least weather-wise from what we've experienced the last couple of weeks here in the Maryland, D.C., Northern Virginia area. It's been a lot of rain. I mean, a ton of rain constantly day after day. So, good day for baseball. Good crowd on hand. Blue Crabs out in front, 3-1. Bottom 3 in the order, Dezamba, Garcia, Brown due up against the right-hander, Sean Haviland. The pitch. Sean pours in a fastball outside. And it is 1-0 to the left-hander hitting Dezamba, who walked back in the second and later scored on the Eric Garcia triple. The kick and the pitch home. Wave and a miss at a change. Good pitch by Sean Haviland. And it is 1-1 strike. I remember talking with Stan Clyburn last night, and he mentioned to me that the Bees were struggling offensively at the moment. Next off, a swing and a line drive into left center field. It's trouble. It drops down for a base hit, splitting the outfielders and rolling into the alleyway to the wall. Jones picks it up. Dezamba scampers for second. He's in there safely standing with a leadoff double. Dezamba with his first extra base hit of the year. And he is in scoring position for Eric Garcia. Blue Crabs now have 6 hits here in the game. Garcia with that RBI triple and a run scored back in that 2-run second for the Blue Crabs. Anyway, Stan mentioned to me that right now offensively things aren't going the way that the Bees really have wanted, but they have pitched really well this year. In fact, they've coming into the day have posted the lowest ERA in the league. First offering, a swing and a soft flyer to short, caught chest high by Brandon Chavez. Garcia got that off the end of the bat. 1 pitch, 1 out. And now Gary Brown will come to the plate. Opponent's also hitting just .229 off of Bees pitching. That's the lowest in the league. And they've also allowed the lowest amount of runs in the league at just 70. So that could explain why the Bees are having the success that they are having here. They come in, by the way, having won 4 straight and 5 of their last 6. Brown right-handed batter, the pitch on the way. Slider, spins in, called strike, clipping the outside corner. Gary flew out to left his first time. 3-1 Blue Crabs, bottom of the 4th inning. Like I mentioned last night, if the Bees could get going offensively, that's a dangerous team over there in the Liberty division because the pitching is there. 0-1. In the dirt, low and outside. A smothering block by Skelton moving to his right. Haviland making his first start here in 2016. Sean, his 9th appearance overall. Check of the runner twice. Dezamba the lead off second. The kick, the 1-1. Swung on and missed. And Brown laid on a fastball. It was A very violent swing from Gary, but he was a little bit late. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The on-deck hitter is Steve Lombardozzi. Zamba with that leadoff double. He takes his lead off the bag. Roof is almost playing directly behind the second base bag on the back edge of the dirt. The pitch on the way. Check swing, roller, foul outside of first. So Roof starts the second baseman behind the second base bag for a possible daylight play. And then he, once Haviland is delivering home, quickly moves back to his left towards his position. Even with that, though, there's still a pretty big hole on the right side. Griffin is playing well off the line at first. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball on the inner half, and Brown tied up. That's the first strikeout of the game for Sean Haviland. And with 2 outs, Steve Lombardozzi will hit.
Now approaching the plate, number 8.
Steve 2 for 2 in the game with a pair of singles. An RBI back in the second, a stolen base, and a run scored in the first. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Steve checking into the game, hitting at 354 rather. The second highest batting average in the Atlantic League. The pitch. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. He's to the point where even if he goes 1 for 3, 1 for 4, he's been hitting so well that the batting average will drop a little bit because of the fact that he may not have gotten 2 hits on that given game. Some guys who are struggling will take that 1 for 3 or that 1 for 4. For Steve, though, it's kind of a pick your poison type thing. You want to go 1 for 3, get a hit, next offering a called strike, and have your batting average drop? Or do you want to be up against that pressure of trying to get 2 hits and have the batting average rise just a little bit? I'm sure he doesn't think about that. I'm more of a complex thinker, I'm sure, so I don't think he's really thinking about it. Here's a swing and a fly ball into right, pretty well hit. Hewitt going back on it. He closes in, backpedals, and makes a one-hand catch 10 feet from the warning track. He just worries about hitting, Lombardozzi does. That's why he's 2 for 3 today, and I am up here in the broadcast booth. Blue Crabs waste a leadoff double, meanwhile, from John DeZamba as we move along to the top half of the 5th inning. It is Southern Maryland 3 and New Britain 1. This is the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about the upcoming promotions for June 10th through June 11th. On June 10th, when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks, enjoy Salute the Troops, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies. Bring your military ID and receive free admission into the ballpark. On June 11th, SAIC will be presenting Veterans Appreciation Night, including a hat giveaway for the first 1,000 fans and a firework extravaganza presented by SAIC after the conclusion of the 7th inning. On June 12th, the Blue Crabs continue to take on the Long Island Ducks for Little League Day, John Hanson Middle School Spirit Day, and a pregame autograph session, as well as kids playing free in Pinch's Playground and kids post-game run the bases.
Top half of the 5th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium as we are moving right along here at the ballpark. The Blue Crabs with a 3-1 lead. Game 1 of a doubleheader here today. 2 7-inning ball games. Back to the normal 9 innings and 7:05 start tomorrow evening. Hope you join us then. We will be on the air with you for the pregame at around 6:45. A special, by the way, a special Clyburn's Corner tomorrow. We will talk with former Blue Crabs manager Stan Clyburn, as we always did last year. He's no longer, of course, with the Blue Crabs. We'll talk with Stan. We'll talk with Jeremy. And we'll have the complete pregame for you tomorrow at around 6:45. Bottom 3 in the order. Kevin Rivers will start things. Left-handed batter. The pitch from Lester. Breaking ball drops low and inside. And it is 1 ball and no strikes to Rivers, who singled back in the 2nd inning. Rivers, Jones, Hewitt. Lester into the wind. Here's the pitch home. Fastball runs off the outside corner. And it's 2-0. John has quietly retired 7 straight, and he has 5 strikeouts here in the game. Here's the kick and the pitch. Rivers swings and bounces it foul. First base side near the on-deck circle. Nelson is playing a mile off the bag at third. That's what it seems like. He is almost playing shortstop. Wind the pitch home. Swing and a miss. Good slider. Rivers swung right over. And it's 2-2. Lombardozzi, the shortstop, is almost directly behind the second base bag on the back edge of the dirt. And the infielders on the right side at their normal positions. Lester kicks, delivers. Called. Third strike over the outside corner with a fastball. Rivers didn't like it as he puts his hands on his hips and has a couple of words for the home plate umpire, James Clayton. 6 strikeouts here in the game for John Lester. Very good pitch right on the outer half. 3-1 Blue Crabs here in the top half of the 5th inning. And John Jones will climb in, right-handed batter. RBI single back in the 2nd inning. The kick and the pitch. Breaking ball bends in. A called strike. Jones is responsible for the only run of the game here today scored by the Bees, which came back in that 2nd. Lester with his right foot in the middle of the rubber. Black glove up against the belt. Turns on the rubber. Fires home. Swung on. Chopped weakly foul up the third base side. And it's 0-2 to John Jones. Speedy center fielder for New Britain. John Jones, 5'11", 185 pounds. Lester into the wind. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a ground ball pushed to second. Moving to his left, Garcia closes in, scooping it up, and tosses to first. Jones out number 2. Now it's Anthony Hewitt.
Now batting number 15, Anthony Hewitt.
Nobody on base. Blue Crabs up 3-1. Hewitt, the right fielder, struck out swinging his first time up in the 2nd. The number 9 hitter, Anthony Hewitt, a lot of speed. And I talked about it last night, the top of the order and the bottom of the order. Guys with a lot of speed. Here's the pitch. Up high with a fastball. I mean, you think about it with New Britain, they have a really good lineup. Guys in the middle of the order who have pop. They're just not really producing as much as they would like right now. Lester winds and fires home. A little bit low. That heater missing. 2 balls and no strikes. The Bees check in with a .244 batting average as a team. The turn, the kick, the pitch. Outside and a little bit high. The defense back to their normal alignment here with Nelson deep at third, Wilson deep at first. Middle infielders in their normal positions on the back edge of the dirt. Outfielders playing straight away. Hewitt ahead in the count 3-0 on deck Skelton. The pitch on the way. Inside corner. Strike 1 called. Hewitt thought it was ball 4. Started towards first and then was called back by the home plate umpire, James Clayton. First base umpire today, Donald Mayer. Eric Solfaro, the third base umpire. Lester into the wind, the 3-1. Strike 2 called over the inside edge. And now it's 3-2. Wind picking up here a little bit at the ballpark. It's about 7 miles per hour right now, blowing out to right center. One of the deepest parts of this ballpark. Here's the payoff pitch. In tight with a fastball, and that is ball 4. Lester issues his first walk of the ball game. And that breaks a streak of 9 straight Bees hitters retired. Back to the top of the order. Tying run coming to the plate. It is James Skelton, the left-handed hitting catcher. He has struck out a pair here this afternoon. Skelton asked for time and has it granted. He bangs his cleats off with his white bat. Now he climbs back in. Lester sets. Here's the pitch. A little bit low as Flores tried to bring it back up. 1 ball and no strikes. Hewitt, the runner at first, with just 1 stolen base this year. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't tried to run more often. He takes a decent-sized lead. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike over the outside. From what I remembered last year, and I'm just speculating, Stan Clyburn gives some guys the green light, and Hewitt may be one of those guys. 1-1 offering. Fastball runs just off the outside edge. Two balls and 1 strike is the count to James Skelton. The on-deck hitter, if Skelton were to reach, is Brandon Chavez. 2 outs, 3-1 Blue Crabs, the pitch. Inside, Flores popped up from his crouch, faking the snap throw as Hewitt walks back to the bag. It's almost like Hewitt is taunting Flores a little bit because he keeps taking a pretty big secondary lead over there. And Flores that time faking that snap throw. Hewitt flinched a little bit and then realized he wasn't going to throw and walked back to the bag. 3-1 pitch. Skelton takes a called strike down the heart of the plate. Pretty good pitch to hit. Skelton let it go by. James from West Covina, California. Last year with Somerset in his 4th season here in the Atlantic League. 2 outs, 3-1 Blue Crabs. Top of the 5th, runner goes. The pitch up high, ball 4. So even with that head start by Hewitt, Skelton draws a walk. That's the second one issued in a row by John Lester. We'll get 6 strikeouts here in the game. Now Brandon Chavez will hit, and the tying run is on base. And guys with a lot of speed, and Hewitt at second and Skelton at first. And you would think here, as Bill Bliss, the pitching coach, will come out and have a word with John Lester, you would think with a hit to one of the gaps, especially in right center, a hit down the right field line, 2 runs are going to be able to score. Chavez 1 out of 2 in the game with a single. Bill Bliss talking with John Lester and the catcher Angel Flores as the meeting at the mound is over. On the out-of-town scoreboard, the Red Sox and the Royals at 2:15. That'll be later on this afternoon. And then game 2 of a doubleheader in Kansas City. Red Sox and the Royals. Game 2 at 8:15 tonight. Texas and Oakland, 3:35 start. Atlanta, Pittsburgh tonight. Good pitching matchup. Julio Teheran against Francisco Liriano. That game's 7:05. Here's a quick turn, a throw to second, and it's a little bit late as Hewitt dives back in head first safely. Good pickoff move by John Lester with Lombardozzi covering. And it was just a tad late, according to the third base umpire, Eric Solfaro. Probably too close to comfort if you're Stan Clyburn. The pitch on the way. In for a strike over the outer third. Chavez, switch hitter, batting from the left side. The shortstop. 2 outs, 3-1 Blue Crabs. As we move along here in the top of the 5th. The pitch on the way. Upstairs with a change. One ball and 1 strike. Lester getting another baseball. Hewitt with a 2-out walk. He's at second. Skelton followed up with a walk of his own. He is at first. Lester sets. The pitch on the way. Swung on, bounced on the ground right side. Wilson moves to his right. Backhand pick on the hop. Flips underhand to first with Lester covering. And it's in time. 3-1 on the putout. And the Blue Crabs are out of the jam. Middle of the 5th here at Regency Furniture Stadium, Southern Maryland 3. New Britain 1 on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Legal issues can mean trouble for anyone, no matter how much money you have. Legal Shield can help with a range of legal services. Legal Shield believes in educating and serving their members to improve their lives. Legal Shield partners with providing law firms across the United States and 4 provinces in Canada to help you with any issue you can think of. For more information, contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boweir at 571-337-3588 or log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/Boweir MJ.
This is Cody Eppley, and you're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Crabs a 3-1 lead as we move along to the last of the 5th inning here in Regency Furniture Stadium on this an overcast afternoon. Hey fans, a reminder, the Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots on June 2nd. It's a special 12:05 business persons appreciation start time. For more information, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-374-9788. Again, for more information and tickets, log on to somdbluecrabs.com or call 301-374-9788. That'll be the next homestand for Southern Maryland, a quick 3-game series with the Patriots. Tuesday the 31st, and then June 1st on Wednesday, and then June 2nd, a Thursday. Blue Crabs, after this homestand, will hit the road for 7 games, 3 against York in the middle of the week, and then a weekend 4-game series bleeding into Monday the 30th against Bridgeport. Nelson leads off the pitch. Low with a fastball. Sean Haviland out there for another inning of work. He's allowed 3 runs on 6 hits, striking out just 1 and walking 2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into right. That's down for a base hit. Seven hits in the game for Southern Maryland. And now Zach Wilson will hit 0 for 1 here in the game. One thing I noticed about Hobbyland, looking at his numbers, last year at AAA, he struck out 59 batters while walking 19, but in 2014, his strikeout to walk ratio was a little bit high. At AA Midland, 95 strikeouts, walking 51 guys. Wilson takes the first pitch inside, a breaking ball, and it is 1-0 to the right-handed hitter. Wilson hitless on this homestand after ripping it all over the park on the road trip. Next offering, a fastball high. And it is 2-0 to Zach with Jamar Walton waiting on deck. Bullpen activity down the right field line for New Britain. 3-1 Blue Crabs, last of the 5th. The pitch on the way. Swung on. Popped him up, foul territory, first base side. Griffin coming up the line halfway onto the grass. John makes the catch. One on, one out for Jamar Walton.
Number 6, left fielder, Jamar.
And a reminder, the second game of the doubleheader will begin approximately 30 minutes at the completion of game number 1. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard, Seattle and Baltimore tonight in Baltimore. 7:05 first pitch. Tampa Bay, Toronto tonight. Odorizzi against Dickey, 7:07 first pitch in Toronto. The pitch to Walton. Jamar swings and misses through a fastball. Walton 2 for 2 in the game with an RBI single back in the first. He also singled in the third. Rolls it deep at third. The kick and the pitch. Swung on, bounced foul. First base side over the on-deck circle. Nothing in 2 is the count with 1 out. Darby Myers is on deck. 3-1 Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland, 7 hits in the game. Nelson with that leadoff single. By the way, the Blue Crabs, in case you're wondering, have left 5 runners on base, 3 of them in scoring position today. The 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Walton. Second K for the right-hander Haviland. And with 2 outs, Darby Myers will step in. Crabs up 3-1. They do not have anybody loosening in the bullpen down the left field line. So this is John Lester's game. And right now, he has completed 5 innings, so he is in line for the win. Right-handed hitting Myers. The pitch on the way. Runner breaks for second. A called strike. Throw to second. On a bounce. Swipe tag attempt is too late. With Jonathan Roof, the second baseman, covering. Nelson slides in feet first safely. For Bryant, that is his second stolen base of the season. He works his way into scoring position here in the home half of the 5th inning. 0-1 to Darby Myers. Check of the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Check swing, low and away. Smothering block on the pitch in the dirt by Skelton. They do appeal, and it is quickly denied by home plate umpire, rather first base umpire Donald Mayer. Home plate umpire James Clayton said, "What do you think there, Donald?" And Donald said, "I don't think he swung." So now we're all settled. 1 ball and 1 strike. Myers in the game 0 for 2 with a stolen base. The pitch. High and away, a fastball. Skelton tried to really bring it back. He caught it, and then he flicked his wrist over to his left to try to bring it back over the outer third of the plate. He didn't try to catch the corner. He tried to catch the whole plate with that pitch. That missed well off the plate. Here's a 2-1. Swung on, bounced weakly right side next to the mound. Gloved by Haviland on the grass, and Sean lips underhand for the outs. That'll do it for Southern Maryland as they waste a leadoff single from Bryant Nelson. They have now left 6 runners on base here today, 4 of them in scoring position. 6th inning rolls in, 3-1 Blue Crabs on the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Lay back and smell the sun. Warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street.
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Top half of the 6th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Thank you for being with us today on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. And the Blue Crabs with a 3-1 lead. 3-4-5 in the order. Jovan Rosa, Craig Maddox, John Griffin against John Lester. Nobody loosening in the bullpen for the Blue Crabs down the left field line, so this is all John Lester here, who at one point in the game retired 9 straight. He has 6 strikeouts, walking 2 guys, has allowed a run on 4 hits. Rosa 0 for 2 in the game. Right-handed batter with an open stance. Lester into the wide. Kicks and delivers. Outside with a slider missing off the corner, and it is 1-0. Yeah, Lester has pitched a really good game. He worked himself out of a first and second jam last inning in the 5th. The 1-0. Outside corner. Strike 1 called, clipping the outside edge. And a good frame job as well by Flores. 1 ball and 1 strike to Rosa with Maddox on deck. 2 former Blue Crabs back-to-back in the New Britain order. 1-1. Slider low and outside. Now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. You know, I didn't know this last time we played a doubleheader. I thought the starting pitcher only had to go about 4 innings if it's a 7-inning game, but the rule is he has to still go 5 to pick up the win. 2-1. Swinging a fly ball into right center field. Pretty well hit. Myers heading back to his right towards the alleyway. And Darby makes a one-hand catch 3 steps from the warning track as Rosa gave that a pretty good ride going the opposite way. 1 out now for Craig Maddox in a 3-1 game. Blue Crabs out in front. I did not know that, but the reason I bring that up is because Lester has completed 5 innings, now 5 1/3, and he is in line for the win, so he could pick up the win, which would be his 3rd of the season. Maddox left-handed hitter, the pitch. Swinging a line drive, ripped in the right center. Coming on, Brown, he leans at the waist, and he makes a one-hand running catch at the belt. Brown, the athletic center fielder, with a good jump on that baseball as Maddox, the designated hitter, now 0 for 3 in the game.
Now batting on row 13, K-Man, John Griffin.
Here's John Griffin, 2 outs, nobody on, 3-1, Blue Crabs out in front. But I'm going to hold my horses because this game is not over yet. It's only 3-1, top of the 6th. Here's the pitch. Low and away with a slider. I tend to get ahead of myself sometimes. I do not want to do that. My father taught me 2 things in life. Jim, do not assume, and Jim, do not get ahead of yourself. The wind, the 1-0. Outside low, slider skipping in. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Jonathan Roof on deck. Griffin, meanwhile, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. Lester looking for another 1-2-3 inning. Kicks and delivers. Upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes. That's not where you want to pitch John Griffin, especially with an off-speed pitch. Up in the zone because he will tattoo it. He's just got a big presence up there at the plate. He's 6'6". Here's the pitch. A little bit high. That fastball missing. Lester thought it was a strike. Kind of giving a smile to home plate umpire James Clayton, as that's the 3rd walk issued by John on the day. Yeah, I mean, I know he's 6'6" and a big presence, but I mean, his stance, he just looks mean up there. It's scary. Quick meeting at the mound here. Jeremy Owens talking things over with Lester and Flores. Now Lombardozzi comes in from short. Justin Berg is starting to get loose down the left field line in the bullpen. He may have to come in for a hold situation. Cody Epley down in the bullpen as well. He has not begun to throw. He is the closer for Southern Maryland. Picked up his 2nd save of the season back on Sunday. 3-1 Blue Crabs, top of the 6th. And now with a runner on and 2 outs, Jonathan Roof will stand in. Right-handed hitting second baseman. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. Roof 0 for 2 in the game. Griffin a very small lead over at first base. He's being held on by Zach Wilson. He means nothing, but at the same time means so much because the tying run right now is at the plate. Here's the pitch. In for a strike at the belt. I was taught that as a kid. I was told that by a first base coach once. You mean nothing, but you mean so much. Translation, do not get picked off. We need you on base. You mean nothing, but you mean more in the bigger picture. He could probably do a better job of explaining it than I can. Here's a swing and a miss on a change. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Top of the 6th inning, 3-1 Blue Crabs. And Lester is looking for strikeout number 7. Shoulder high set. Here's the kick and the delivery. Swung on, bounced over the mound towards the middle. Garcia moves to his right, gloves it on the backhand about belt high, and shovels it underhand to second. Lombardozzi there covering for the force. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left on base for the Bees. Middle of the 6th inning here in Southern Maryland. It is the Blue Crabs 3 and the Bees 1. You're listening to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network presented by Legal ID Shield.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a Jersey Auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
New pitcher on the mound for New Britain. Home half of the 6th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The new pitcher is Sean Gilblair, the left-hander on relief for Sean Haviland, who was in line for the loss. He went 5 innings today, allowing 3 runs on 7 hits, walking 2, striking out 1. Angel Flores will come to the plate. 0 for 2 here in the game. It'll be Flores, DeZamba, and Garcia. Blue Crabs 3 runs, 7 hits. And the Bees 1 run on 4 hits.
Blue Crabs, number 17 catcher, Angel Flores.
I'll give you the numbers for Gilblair in just a moment as he kicks and delivers home. In for a strike over the outer third with a fastball. So, Sean Gilblair. I spelled his name wrong on my scorecard. S-H-A-W-N. Third game. Has not allowed a run here this year. Opponents are hitting .400 off the left-hander. Next offering, an off-speed pitch in the dirt low. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm sorry, Sean. I will correct that on my scorecard. I was just rushing during the break to write him down. Comes with a high set. Kicks and delivers. Swinging a fly ball, well hit to center, but playable for Jones, who settles under. And John makes the catch 20 feet from the warning track. Flores pretty good wood on it, but Jones is able to track it down. Now John DeZamba will hit the DH. He's been on base twice. He walked back in the second, scored a run, and doubled in the 4th. Blue Crabs looking to win their 8th game of the year, after they dropped to 7-18 last night. 11 games currently under 500. And the Blue Crabs currently sit 7.5 games out of first place in the Freedom Division. DeZamba takes a slider strike over the inner third, left-handed batter, and it is 0-1. Now Cody Epley is getting loose down the left field line in the bullpen for the Blue Crabs. If he were to come in the 7th, it would be a save situation. Next offering, DeZamba squares, stabs at it, and he misses the fastball. It's a strike, 0-2. And for the Bees, looking ahead to the top of the 7th, bottom 3 in the order, but all dangerous hitters, Rivers, Jones, and Hewitt. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. Down goes DeZamba. Now it's Eric Garcia.
Now batting number 10, second baseman, Eric Garcia.
Garcia 1 out of 2 with an RBI triple in the second. Blue Crabs with a run in the first on a Jamar Walton RBI single. And then they scored 2 more runs in the second on a Garcia triple and a Lombardozzi single. Garcia left-handed batter. Lefty on lefty matchup. Gilblair looking for the 1-2-3 inning. Deals the first pitch high. And it is 1-0. Rosa up even with the bag at third. The pitch cut on, foul tipped in the mid of Skelton. Lights on here at the ballpark on an overcast day. One ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball tying up Garcia on the inner half. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gary Brown on deck if the inning were to continue, as Gil Blair out of the bullpen looks for the 1-2-3 inning. The kick, the pitch. Wave at and missed. Down goes Garcia. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sean Gilblair, and he works a relatively easy 1-2-3 inning. Last chance coming up for the Bees as we head to the top of the 7th inning. It is Southern Maryland 3 and New Britain 1. You're listening to the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the 5th inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Coming out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
Cody Epley on for the save attempt. Top of the 7th inning. This game, one of a doubleheader here today. Game 2 will follow approximately 30 minutes at the completion of this one. It's game 2 of this 4-game set. Blue Crabs up 3-1. So Cody Epley will take over for John Lester, who is in line for the win. He went 6 innings today. A good pitched ball game. Allowed just 1 earned run, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 6 walks. At one point, right in the middle of the game, he retired 9 straight. Epley, the right-hander, will face Rivers, Jones, and Hewitt. Rivers, the left fielder, a left-handed batter, 1 out of 2. With a single back in the 2nd. Epley 1-0, a 2.89 ERA. 2 saves in 3 attempts this year. His last save, of course, coming, as I mentioned earlier in the game, on Sunday at Long Island. Epley, the tall, lanky right-hander, 6'5", 215 pounds. Cody sets, kicks and delivers. Fastball low and in, that kicks off the glove of Flores, and it is 1 ball and no strikes. Rivers struggling a bit with the bat coming into the game, hitting at just 210. He's 1 out of 2 here in this one. Epley sets. The pitch on the way. Outside off the corner. And it is 2 balls and no strikes. After Rivers, it'll be John Jones. Epley with a high set, kicks and deals home. Swung on, bounced on the ground to first. 2 hops, gloved by Wilson, shin high. He takes it himself to the base. 3 unassisted on the putouts, and John Jones will come to the plate. And again, game 2 approximately will begin about 30 minutes after the completion of game 1. And I'm thinking that game will start at around 1:05. Right now it is 12:20 Eastern Time. And if this one ends within the next 5 minutes, give the two teams about 35 minutes, and we're starting right around 1 o'clock for Game 2. And again, Game 2 will also be 7 innings long. Blue Crabs up 3-1, top of the 7th. The pitch to the right hand hitting Jones. John looks at a fastball a little bit low, and it is 1-0. Starter still to be determined for New Britain. Meanwhile, Scott Snodgrass, the left-hander, will start for Southern Maryland. Next offering, a fastball low, and it is 2 balls and no strikes. Snodgrass 0-2 with a 7.50 ERA as he looks to turn things around. Saw him yesterday in the front office picking up a package. I asked him if he's ready to go, ready to pitch. He told me he's pumped and ready. The 2-0. In for a strike, a fastball slashing over the inside edge. Now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Epley kicks and fires. Swinging a broken bat, soft liner up the middle. That sneaks through into center for a hit. Right out of the range of Lombardo's. A jam shot. Soft line drive single for John Jones. The tying run will come to the plate. 5 hits in the game for the Bees. Anthony Hewitt struck out swinging back in the 2nd, and he walked in the 5th. Hewitt, right-handed hitter. The pitch on the way. Slider spins in, a called strike over the outside. Epley last year with Southern Maryland, he was picked up in May, began the season in Lancaster. Next offer. Swinging a fly ball along the right field line, slicing foul, and out of play. Epley actually blew the save against his former team on the 23rd of April, but Blue Crabs later, in what was a really bizarre game, in Game 2 of a doubleheader, went on to win. In fact, they won on a walk-off balk. How many times do you really see that? A walk-off balk. Epley picked up the win in that game. 1 out, 3-1 Blue Crabs. Pitch. Down the way with a slider as Epley dropped down to that 3/4 arm slot. 0-2 here to, or I should say 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count to Anthony Hewitt. Nelson is close to the line at 3rd and playing behind the bag. Here's the set position. Inside target, the pitch on the way. Inside off the corner. That lifts up the elbows of Hewitt. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lead over at first base by Jones, held on by Wilson. The 1-2. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. And we'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Crabs bullpen also starting to take shape here, as they've got Cody Epley, their save guy. They got a couple of guys who have had success this year in Navery Moore. And, of course, Justin Berg, the veteran, who could be that bridge, that 7th and 8th inning guy. Time will tell. 1-2. Swinging a ball, fisted foul in the air, first base side into the crowd. And the count holds at 1-2. Epley sets, kicks and delivers. Swinging a line drive into right. That's down for a base hit. Myers fielding it cleanly. Jones steps on second, trips momentarily, puts on the brakes and heads back to the bag as the throw comes into the left side. Not sure if Jones was even thinking about taking third. He just tripped over the base. 2 hits back-to-back here in the inning. Back to the top of the order now, and it's getting interesting. James Skelton will come to the plate. Skelton 0 for 2 with a walk. So he is due for a hit. He has just one base hit here in the series. Left-handed hitting catcher. Epley kicks and deals. Swung on, bounced weakly towards first. Wilson charging onto the cut of the grass. It takes an awkward hop. Zach scooping it up and steps on the base. Runners up to second and third on the 3 unassisted. That took an awkward, weird hop off the grass. Wilson was able to stay with it, plant his feet, and glove it quickly. Two outs, Brandon Chavez now to hit 1 for 3 with a single back in the first. Chavez switch hitting, shortstop, with a tying run now at second base. Things have really gotten interesting here in the 7th inning. Blue Crabs up 3-1. Epley looking for the save. He's not going down without a fight. The pitch on the way. Taken for a called strike over the outside edge. Oh, 0-1 is the count. The outfielders play straight away. Wind blowing out to right center. The 0-1. Swung on, grounded back up the middle, and that's through into center for a hit. 1 run scores. Here comes the runner around third. The throw to the plate by Brown is offline and too late. And into second base on the throw is James Skelton as the game is tied at 3 here in the top of the 7th inning, and Cody Epley has blown his second save of the year. Jones and Hewitt both scoring. Both guys with speed. A base hit back up the middle by James Skelton. RBIs number 6 and 7. And I just got done saying it. Skelton, or I should say, excuse me, Brandon Chavez was kind of due for a hit. He's now 2 for 4 here in the game. RBIs number 8 and 9. And we are all tied. Now Rosa will climb in 0 for 3. The pitch on the way. For a strike, spinning in at the knees. Rosa, the former Blue Crab, ripped a home run over the wall in left last night. Checks the runner, Epley does. The pitch, a fastball low. One ball and 1 strike is the count. And that throw by Brown, by the way, was strong, but it was offline just outside the right-handed batter's box. Next offering, a swing and a soft liner to the right side. Over the head of the leaping Garcia into right field for a hit. Here comes the runner, Chavez around third. He will score. It's an RBI single for Jovan Rosa. And the Bees have now scored 3 runs here in the inning, and they've got the 4-3 lead. Rosa with RBI number 13. Wow. Just when it looked like everything was going the way of the Blue Crabs here in Game 1, Cody Epley, uncharacteristically by the way, giving up 4 hits in the inning, 3 runs. Bees have the lead, and now it's Craig Maddox to hit. The pitch. Maddox takes a called strike over the outside corner, left-handed batter, 0 for 3 in the game. He's the 7th hitter to come to the plate for New Britain here in the 7th inning. The pitch. Outside, a change. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. John Lester again started, 6 innings pitched, allowing just 1 earned run. He deserved the win today, but he will not factor in the decision. Blue Crabs down 4-3. The pitch. Swung on, bounced back to Epley. He gloves, jogs towards first, and he flips underhand to the bag. The inning is over. Bees with 3 runs scored on 4 hits, and they've got the lead. We head to the bottom of the 7th. The Crabs on the wrong end of things. Last chance coming up, down 4-3 on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Last chance for the Blue Crabs, bottom half of the 7th inning, down 4-3. Craig Stem is the new pitcher. He picked up the save last night. Stem 1-2, a 4.36 ERA. This is 10th appearance. He's got 5 saves on the year. He was struck out 8, has walked 4, opponents hitting .333 off the right-hander. 3 runs scored at the top of the 7th by New Britain. That's kind of been the theme here in this series. They scored 3 runs in the first and 3 in the 4th yesterday. And here today, they take the lead with 3 runs scored on 4 hits in the 7th off the blown save by Cody Epley. It'll be 9-1-2. Brown, Lombardozzi, and Nelson due up. Gary today 0 for 2. Jason Blanton, not Stan Clyburn, who again has a roughed up foot, so he really cannot walk out and argue, maybe yelling and screaming from the dugout. But Jason Blanton is out there, the pitching coach, talking things over with the first base umpire, Donald Mayer, who made the call. That'll be a hit for Lombardozzi, who again puts pressure on the defense because he has very good speed out of that left-handed batter's box. Back-to-back hits. Blue Crabs not going down easy, showing fight here in the bottom of the 7th inning in Game 1 of a doubleheader here today. Both games 7 innings long. Orlando Santos, just in case, loosening down the left field line in the bullpen. Here's the switch hitting Bryant Nelson batting from the left side. He singled back in the 5th. The pitch on the way, now he squares. Bryant stabs at it and fouls it back to the screen behind the plate. 0-1 is the count, a bunting situation with runners at first and second. Both guys in Brown and Lombardozzi with good speed. You need to somehow get them over into scoring position. The winning run is Lombardozzi. Tie run Brown. Corner infielders up for New Britain. Now an 0-1, Nelson squares. Pops the bunt up, foul. Third base side near the on-deck circle. And now it's 0-2. That's pretty uncharacteristic, if you ask me, from the 42-year-old Nelson, who's been around this game for a long time. A very, very good player. A guy who could be a coach someday, but right there, unable to drop down the bunt. He's frustrated with himself as he climbs back in left side. He squares again. The 2-strike pitch. Drops it down towards third. Onto the grass, Rosa scoops, tosses to first. There covering his roof, the second baseman. 5-4 on the putout. Runners up to second and third with 1 out. So a fly ball to the outfield, if it's deep enough, could tie the game.
Now approaching the plate, number 29, Zach
So a sack bunt, 5-4 on the putout for Nelson. That's his second sack bunt of the day. And now Zach Wilson, who is hitless here in the series, 0 for 2 here in this one with a walk, will stand in. He'll be intentionally walked. And now Jamar Walton, who's got 2 hits here today, an RBI single in the first and another single in the third, will come to the plate with the bases loaded as Craig Stem is really in a jam here for New Britain, looking for his 6th save of the year, but he's really going to have to work hard. Right now, if the game were to end, Sean Gilblair would be the winning pitcher. Things are not over yet. 1 out, 4-3, Bees, bottom of the 7th. Bases loaded. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Skelton the block using the chest protector as that breaking ball fooled Jamar Walton. 0-1 is the count. Stem 6'5", 215 pounds. He is from Tennessee. Spent 5 years in the minor leagues with the Dodgers and the Marlins. Next offering. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball. Walton swung right over. And it is 0-2. He was drafted in the 15th round of the 2011 Major League Baseball draft by the Dodgers. Here's the set position. Runners their leads off every bag. The pitch. Upstairs with a breaking ball. Stem tried to go back to it again. I would imagine here a fastball on the inner half. And then right back to the breaking ball if the at-bat were to continue. The ball and 2 strikes, 1 out, 4-3 is our score. Bees out in front as we play here in the bottom of the 7th. The 1-2. Swinging a ground ball, right side through the hole, a base hit. Brown scores the tying run. Lombardozzi around third. The throw to the plate by Hewitt is offline and too late. A walk-off 2-run single for Jamar Walton. And the Blue Crabs pull out the victory today by the final of 5-4. Jamar Walton, a big afternoon at the plate. 3 hits and 3 RBIs, including the game-winning 2-run single, as he is greeted right on the mound by all of his teammates. Cody Epley out there. He picks up the win after blowing the save. He is congratulating his teammates. Good work by Gary Brown, who singled. Steve Lombardozzi then singled, dropping down a beautiful bunt. Nelson with a sacrifice bunt, dropping it down with 2 strikes. Zach Wilson intentionally walked, and Jamar Walton with a 2-run game-winning single as the Blue Crabs pull out the victory here in Game 2 of the 4-game series by the final of 5-4, and their record now moves to 8-18 on the year. For the Bees, they drop to 12-13, and once again under 500. An exciting finish to this one here today as the Blue Crabs win 5-4. So Game 2 beginning in about 30 minutes. We'll be back on the air with you to give you the starting lineups and get you set for first pitch between the New Britain Bees and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Welcome back inside Regency Furniture. Hello again, everybody. I'm Jim Tarabokia. Scott Snodgrass finishing up his warm-up tosses as the Blue Crabs have taken the field for Game 2 of this doubleheader today, 7 innings long, and Game 3 of the 4-game series. Gustavo Molina is behind the plate. Bryant Nelson is at third. Eric Garcia and Steve Lombardozzi switch. Garcia at short, Lombardozzi at second. Zach Wilson is at first. Jamar Walton in left. Gary Brown in center. Darby Myers is in right. And on the mound is the left-handed pitcher Scott Snodgrass, 0-2, a 7.50 ERA in this, his 5th game and 5th start. Brandon Chavez will start things. Switch hitter batting from the right side. The shortstop. It'll be Chavez, Carrillo, and Rosa. Snodgrass, the left-hander, ready to work. Blue Crabs wearing the home whites, the baby blue caps. Road grays for the Bees. Here's the pitch. A little bit upstairs with a fastball, and it's 1-0. Blue Crabs winning in comeback fashion. A walk-off winner in game number 1 here today. Jamar Walton, a 2-run single that won it for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0. A little bit high, and it's 2-0. Behind the plate is Eric Solfaro. First base umpire James Clayton. Donald Mayer is the third base umpire. Chavez, Carrillo, Rosa due up. Lights on here at the ballpark on an overcast day. The kick, the 2-0. Taken for a called strike, clipping the outside corner. And it is 2 balls and 1 strike. Scott Snodgrass, 6'6", 225 pounds. He is from Yucapa, California. He turns, kicks, and fires. Outside, just a tad. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. The starting lineup for the Bees: Chavez, Carrillo, Rosa. Maddox bats 4th, Griffin 5th, Roof 6th, Jones 7th, Hewitt 8th, Murphy 9th. The windup in the pitch. Low and away, ball 4. So Snodgrass walking the first guy that he faces in Chavez. And that'll send Steve Carrillo to the plate. On the other side, on the mound, Colin Moberly, right-hander, a knuckleballer. That'll be fun to watch here. A knuckleballer throwing against Southern Maryland here in Game 2. I think, this is my 2nd year here, and I think this is the first time that I'm actually seeing a knuckleball pitcher out on the mound. Scoreless game, top of the 1st. Carrillo, the batter. The pitch, no, first to throw over. And back in safely standing is Chavez. Carrillo hitting at 152 on the season with 1 RBI in the lineup here in Game 2. Nelson even with a bag at 3rd, guarding about halfway against the bunt just in case. Outside target from Molina, the pitch. He squares, Carrillo does, pulls back and takes a fastball inside. 1 ball and no strikes as Snodgrass is struggling to throw strikes here in the early going. The guy who spent some time at the big league level with the Angels in 2014. The pitch on the way. Inside corner, strike 1 call. Chavez the lead off of first. The pitch, he breaks for second, a swing and a bouncer, weakly hit foul outside of first. The on-deck hitter is Jovan Rosa. By the way, Cody Epley blowing his 2nd save of the season back in Game 1. But he did pick up the win after the Blue Crabs walked it off in the bottom of the 7th. So here we are, Game 2. Blue Crabs looking to sweep this doubleheader. It would be a huge sweep for them as they check into the game with a record of 8-18. Meanwhile, the Bees 12-13 on the season. With an inside target, Snodgrass kicks and throws over to first. And back in safely standing is Brandon Chavez. Chavez entered the day with 1 stolen base and 2 attempts. Some of the cool school kids have stayed for Game 2. 1-2 pitch. Up and away with a breaking ball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Some have left. The crowd has thinned down just a little bit here. But a big crowd on hand for both games. Tomorrow, another big crowd expected. It'll be the finale of this 4-game series. 7:05 first pitch for that one. Chavez with the lead over at first. Held on by Wilson. Now the pitch. In the dirt, smothered by Molina. And it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. So for Snodgrass, 18 innings pitched. He has struck out 10 and has walked 12. So that'll give you an indication of why he is struggling to throw strikes here in the early going. It's kind of been an ongoing theme this year. Snodgrass sets with an inside target. Here's the pitch. In tight. That might have got a piece of Carrillo. It is ball 4. I'm not sure. I thought I heard a tip. Might have been off the... it was a little click. It might have been off the mitt of Molina. But either way, Snodgrass not in any sort of control with his pitches here in the early going. First and second, and now Jovan Rosa will hit after back-to-back walks. Rosa, the third baseman. Snodgrass sets. He could really use a ground ball here. Now he steps off the backside of the rubber. Steps right back on middle of the rubber. Knees bent. Leaning over at the waist. Arm dangles off the left side. Lombardozzi shaded towards the middle. The pitch on the way. Taken high with a fastball. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. I think if you're Bill Bliss here, who right now is standing on the top step of the third base dugout, you have to be thinking that it's some sort of mechanical problem, that he is missing high, and just missing with all of his pitching. He's not even locating his fastball right now. Runners their leads off first and second with nobody out, no score, top of the first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rosa fooled on a fastball. He might have been looking for something else. And now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. No wind to speak of here at the ballpark. Sun is trying to peek out of the clouds on this overcast day. Snodgrass sets, checks the runner at second twice. 1-1 offering. Swung on, fouled back into the net. Good cut by Rosa, who homered last night over the Grill 13 Mini Monster in left field. That was a shot that landed on the roof of the clubhouses. Former Blue Crab, Jovan Rosa, also a former Bridgeport Bluefish member last year. Yeah, the year with Bridgeport. And was picked up off waivers by Southern Maryland. Checking the runner at second. Snodgrass a long look. Checks once more. Good speed on the base paths. Now a kick, a turn, and a fake throw. Chasing Chavez back to the bag. He walked. Carrillo followed up with a walk of his own. He is at first. Rosa adjusting the lime green batting gloves. Climbs back in right side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the set position. Check of the runner. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pushed foul off to the right, and out of play. And again, I mentioned it for Southern Maryland. I know, obviously, it's very early in the game, but this would be a huge sweep today if the Blue Crabs were able to pull off this victory here in Game 2. A huge, huge victory. Get things kind of turned around with this first half. Get this homestand on the right foot. They got off to a good start today with the game-winning hit by Walton. That walk-off win. Next offering misses outside. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, Game 4 of the series tomorrow at 7:05. And then Lancaster coming to town for 3 games, 7:05 Friday, 6:35 Saturday. That's Orioles night, by the way. And then 2:05 on Sunday. Snodgrass sets, checks the runner at second. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rosa down on strikes, late on a fastball. One out for Craig Maddox, the DH. Maddox here in the left-handed batter's box to his liking. No score, top of the first as the Bees look to get on the board in the early going. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. A high set by Snodgrass. The kick and the delivery. Inside and low. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Tomorrow we will have a Clyburn's Corner. And that will be on the pregame show tomorrow, which begins at around 6:40 or so. A special Clyburn's Corner, a return of Clyburn's Corner, that pregame interview we had before every home game last year. We'll also talk with this year's manager, Jeremy Owens, on Owens' point of view. There's one thing I want to ask Stan. Here's the 2-0. In for a strike over the outside corner. I wanted to ask him, with Craig Maddox being I'm going to write this down. With Craig Maddox being a player coach, is that the reason why he is the DH, so he can focus solely on hitting and the hitters that he has to coach? It's a good question. I'm going to write it down. Spoiler alert. Here's the pitch. A little bit outside with a fastball running off the corner. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Snodgrass has a good fastball, by the way. It ranges from about 92 to 94 miles per hour. The problem has been this year the control. Came into the game having walked 12 guys. He's walked 2 here in the top of the first to make it 14 on the year. Now he turns and fakes the throw to second, chasing Chavez back to the bag. Brandon not really taking a huge lead off of second base. Scoreless game. We're in the top of the first here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Game 2 of a doubleheader here today. Runners break. Next offering, a swing and a bouncer back towards the middle, gloved by Garcia. Steps on second one, and the turn on to first is in time for the double play. Garcia was positioned perfectly, moving over on that stolen base attempt. He gloved it about 2 feet from the bag, stepped on the base, and then threw it over to first to complete the outs. A 6-3 double play. Blue Crabs are coming to bat as the Bees are held scoreless. Bottom of the first. Blue Crabs coming up to the plates. No score on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 26th, your Blue Crabs will take on the York Revolution for Chick-fil-A Backfin Buddies Day, a post-game movie, pre-game autograph session, and kids play free in Pinch's Playground, and post-game kids run the bases. On June 27th, we take on the Sugarland Skaters for Bark in the Park, presented by Perfect Pet Resort, as well as dance competition night and dollar hot dog night. And on June 28th, it's Hearing Professionals Silver Slugger Night number 5, as well as the Pitch on to Books Drive for Thankful Tuesdays and Free Popcorn Tuesdays presented by RC Theaters Lexington Exchange. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
Home half of the first inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs are coming to bat. Their lineup looks like this. Steve Lombardozzi is leading off. Bryant Nelson bats second. Zach Wilson batting third. Molina after him, cleaning up, batting fourth. Jamar Walton, the hero in game 1, is batting fifth. Darby Myers batting sixth, and he is playing right field. Bottom 3 in the order, DeZamba, Garcia, and Brown. Lombardozzi with 3 hits in game 1. Switch hitter. He'll bat from the left side against the knuckleball pitcher, Colin Moberly. 0-1 with an ERA at 36. He's a knuckleballer. He's been hit around. It'll be interesting to watch. Colin pitch. Here we go. The right-hander winds. Here's the pitch. Knuckleball misses low and outside. I think this may actually be the first time ever in my nearly 10 years of broadcasting that I'm calling a game with a knuckleballer in it. 1-0. Outside. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. I knew it was bound to happen sooner or later. So here we go. Nick Murphy behind the plate. Here's the pitch. Up and away, 3-0. Rosas at third, Chavez at short, Carrillo at second, Griffin at first. Roof is in left, Jones in center, Hewitt is in right. Lombardozzi up the count 3-0, looking to work his way on. Here's the pitch. Way outside, not even close, and a 4-pitch walk issued to Steve. So now Bryant Nelson will stand in.
Number 24, your third baseman, Brian Nelson.
Nelson, the third baseman, a switch hitter. He'll bat left against the knuckleballer Colin Moberly in a scoreless game here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. Drops low, a knuckleball, 1-0. Moberly is pitching today to Nick Murphy, who is someone he knows very well. In fact, Murphy, when these two played together in summer ball during their college years, actually caught Moberly. So Colin is most comfortable with Nick behind the plate. Next offering is a fastball, and it misses low and inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the set, now the pitch. Inside and low. Well, that's ball 7. 3 balls and no strikes to Nelson. On deck is Zach Wilson. Lombardozzi the lead off first. The pitch way inside, backing Nelson off the plate, and that's ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Well, just by the way that Colin is throwing here, if he's not careful, this could get ugly really quickly. Here's Zach Wilson, the first baseman.
Number 29, first baseman, Zach Wilson.
Zach hitless in game 1. Comes into this ball game here today, having it safely in 9 of his last 11 games. The pitch. Outside. Ball 9. Moberly looking in at home plate umpire Eric Solfaro, asking where that pitch was. I don't think he really has any sort of argument at all. None of his pitches have been close. Next offering, low and away, kicks off the glove of Murphy and rolls all the way to the backstop. Up to third goes Lombardozzi. Nelson jogs into second. And Moberly is trying to find it out there on the mound. 2 balls and no strikes. Moberly sets the pitch. Wilson takes all the way, and it's inside, now 3-0. The on-deck hitter is Gustavo Molina. A small Let's Go Blue Crabs chant breaks out here at the ballpark. The pitch. There's a strike, the first one of the day from Moberly. He kind of just threw some sort of pitch. I think it was a fastball. Just trying to get it over the plate. Wilson ahead now 3-1. The pitch. Strike. Knuckleball drops in at the knees. So now it's 3-2. And it looked like Wilson was kind of taking all the way right there. The pitch. Waved at and missed. Strike 3. So down 3-0. Moberly comes back and throws 3 straight strikes. And Wilson is retired for out number 1. Blue Crabs, I think, in my opinion, kind of need to score here. They've got runners at second and third after back-to-back walks to Lombardozzi and Nelson. Now it's Molina. Right-handed batting Molina. The pitch. Swing and a looper out to left field. Coming on is Roof. It bounces down in front for a base hit. Lombardozzi scores around third. Nelson, he will score standing as the throw goes into second. Gustavo Molina with a 2-run single, and the Blue Crabs take a quick 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first.
Now batting number 6, left fielder Jamal.
Sounded like Molina got a little bit jammed on that pitch on the inner half, but he was, with his strength, able to muscle it into left. Just short enough that Jonathan Roof could not catch up to it. Here's Jamar Walton, game 1-0. Walton with a 2-run single to right. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third. Jamar had a good game in that first matchup earlier today. He got 3 hits. He was 3 for 4. The pitch. Swinging a hot shot to short. Gloved on one, bounce by the sliding Chavez. Lips to second. 1. The turn on to first by Carrillo is in time. That was pretty. 6-4-3 double play, and the inning is over. Nicely done. But the Blue Crabs on the 2-run single by Gustavo Molina getting 2 early runs. And at the end of 1 inning of play, Southern Maryland 2, New Britain nothing on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a Jersey Auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Scott Snodgrass finishing up his warm-up tosses. Top half of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs 2 early runs on the Gustavo Molina 2-run single back in the bottom of the first. They lead it 2-0. And against Snodgrass, it'll be 5, 6, 7 Griffin, Roof, and Jones. Griffin, the first baseman, climbs in right side. John 1 out of 2 with a run scored in game 1. No wind to speak of here at the ballpark. The temperature has picked up. It's about 60 degrees right now. It was 54 degrees at first pitch last game. First offering. Taken for a called strike, nipping the outside corner. Griffin, Roof, and Jones. John Griffin, 6'6". Big guy at the plate. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. Big or not, he was behind on that fastball. And it's 0-2. Snodgrass walked 2 guys in that top of the first. He had a little bit of a shaky inning, but he was able to wiggle his way out of a jam. 0-2. In the dirt and off speed. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Crabs looking to sweep the doubleheader here today, winning their 8th game of the season. In game 1, Bees now 12-13 on the year after their loss. Here's the kick and the 1-2 on the way. Strike 3 called. Right there, a fastball at the knees. It was right down the middle. I think Griffin might have thought it was low. Not according to home plate umpire, though, Eric Solfaro. That's the second strikeout for Scott Snodgrass. Here's Jonathan Roof. Roof, the left fielder. Jonathan 0 for 3 in game 1. 2-0 Blue Crabs, top of the second. Here's the windup and the pitch. Low and away. Snodgrass from Glendale, Arizona. 6'6", 225 pounds, 26 years of age. He was drafted by the White Sox in the 5th round of the 2011 draft. Turns on the rubber. Kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss. Good change right there on the outer half. Roof was out in front, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Snodgrass, and as I mentioned, pitched in 1 season at the major league level, just 4 games. 1-1. Outside with a fastball. Spent 5 seasons in the minor leagues, 28-26 record, a 4.22 ERA. The 2-1. Swung on, pushed out of play to the right. And the count levels to 2 balls and 2 strikes with John Jones waiting on deck. Wind now blowing out to right center field. 1 out, 2-0. Blue Crabs out in front as we play here in the top of the second. Snodgrass into the wind. Here comes the pitch. Cut on, foul tip. Held by Molina. Back-to-back Ks for Snodgrass. Here's John Jones, 2 outs and nobody on base. 2-0. Blue Crabs out in front. Jones, the center fielder in game 1, 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. The windup and the pitch. Squaring to bunt Jones. He pulls back on the fastball. And it's outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Turn, the kick. Here comes a 1-0. Swung on and missed. Ahead of a changeup was Jones, who last year spent the season with the Gary South Shore Railcats. He batted .314 with 19 stolen bases. I mentioned in game 1 his speed, and he gets on base. He is a stolen base threat. In fact, coming into the year, he had exactly 100 stolen bases. Next offering. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. First base umpire James Clayton, who was behind the plate for game 1, making that call. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count to John Jones. 26 years of age, out of Vacaville, California. The pitch. Swing and a foul, sent back to the screen. Two balls and 2 strikes. The wind, the 2-2 pitch in the dirt. So the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on. Top half of the second inning. Game 2 of this doubleheader. 7 innings long. Grabs a 2-0 lead. Here's the windup. The 3-2. Swinging a soft liner into center. That's down for a base hit. Jones got it off the end of the bat. But good 2-strike hitting as he muscled it into center field. First hit of the game for the Bees, and now Anthony Hewitt will come to the plate. Hewitt, the right fielder, climbs in right side, 1 out of 2 with a run scored in game 1. The pitch on the way. Inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. You know, if you're Scott Snodgrass, you have to try to avoid big innings in terms of throwing a lot of pitches. There were a lot of pitches in the first inning, and he's kind of following that trend here in the second. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball lifted a mile high in the air to left center. Brown shading over to his right, and Gary plants under, makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, and one man left on base. Moving on to the last of the second inning, 2-0 Blue Crabs. The lead over New Britain on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the fifth inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Coming out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
Bottom half of the second inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Blue Crabs with a 2-0 lead. And they will send Darby Myers, John DeZamba, and Eric Garcia to the plate. Myers, the right fielder, sixth place hitter in the order today here in Game 2. Second inning of work for Colin Moberly, the knuckleballer. Winds, here's the pitch. Swing and a hot shot pulled foul towards the furthest end of the Blue Crabs dugout on the third base side, as it bangs off the sidewall. And it's 0-1. That was close to getting one of the photographers right down that third base side. There's also a couple people in that first row. 0-1, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, with Colin Moberly, I'm watching him pitch here the last, I guess, inning plus. And he's got a 3/4 arm slot. So he's got a 3/4 arm slot, and he throws a knuckleball. 1-1. Swinging a foul back over the screen and out of play. This might be the weirdest combination I've ever seen in doing this for as long as I have. I mean, he throws 3/4 arm slot, and when he's delivering, it looks like he's a guy who just slings it in there. 1-2. Low. Knuckleball missing, and then comes out of his right hand, and it's knuckling. And occasionally he'll throw that fastball, which has pretty good velocity to it, but it's a strange combination. Nothing wrong with it. If it gets the job done, it is what it is. 2-2 swing and a bouncer foul outside of third. So we will do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lights on here at the ballpark on an overcast afternoon at Regency Furniture Stadium. The wind, the 2-2. Swinging a soft liner to third. Caught by Rosa, moving to his right, straddling the line behind the bag. Myers is out. Now John DeZamba will hit. Blue Crabs are up 2-0 here in the home half of the second.
Now batting number 7, designated hitter, John DeZamba.
DeZamba, the DH. Climbs in on the left side. The wind, the pitch. In the dirt, low and inside. Blue Crabs with both their runs in the bottom of the first. Gustavo Molina with a 2-run single. Rosa, meanwhile, even with the bag at third. The pitch on the way. Outside corner. A strike called. 1 ball and 1 strike. The kick and the pitch. Inside. Right there at the knees to Dzamba. 2 balls and 1 strike to John. Again, putting together good at bats is Dzamba. 2-1. Knuckleball drops in. A strike called over the outer third. Getting more and more playing time is Dzamba, of course, with a couple guys being injured. Fred Lewis, an undisclosed injury. Same with Michael Snyder, who was in the cage today. Next offering, outside and a little bit low. And now the count runs full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Quan Jen Chen getting an x-ray on his wrist. Next offering outside, and that's ball 4. So Jen is currently out. Nobody's on the disabled list. Fred Lewis is out. Not sure when he will be back. He was doing some stretches today in the clubhouse. And Michael Snyder was hitting the cage, and there's no timetable on his return. But again, it could be as early as tomorrow. Who knows? Because they are not on the disabled list. That's the 3rd walk issued, by the way, by Colin Moberly. 1 on, 1 out for Eric Garcia. Left-handed hitting shortstop. The pitch. In the dirt. Kicks by Murphy. And rolls onto the grass. Dzamba good base running. Read it well. And he sprints into second base. He's in scoring position. One out, 2-0 Blue Crabs. We're in the last of the 2nd inning. The pitch. In for a strike over the outside corner. The pitch. Outside. Looks like a knuckleball, maybe a changeup. That floated off the outside corner. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch. And for a strike over the outer third. Good pitch from Colin Moberly. It seems like he can be really effective when he does throw strikes, because the knuckleball has some pretty good action to it. And then he's got a pretty good fastball with good velocity. The pitch. A swing and a fly ball in the left center field. Long run for Roof, heading back towards the alleyway. It's over his head, and it rolls all the way to the base of the wall. Dzamba around third. He'll jog home and score. Into second base standing goes Eric Garcia with an RBI double. And the Blue Crabs extend their lead. It is now 3-0.
Now batting number 9, center fielder, Gary Brown.
So Gary Brown will hit now. After that RBI double by Eric Garcia. Very good at bat by Eric. Brown right-handed hitter. The pitch. Brown squaring. He pulls back and takes low and outside. Brown got the rally started in the bottom of the 7th in game 1 with a single to center. The pitch. In for a strike at the knees. By the way, when Lombardozzi was being waved around in game 1 by third base coach and manager Jeremy Owens, Jeremy was literally sprinting and following behind Steve down the line. Next offering misses low and outside. That's the kind of energy that Jeremy has brought to this club this year in 2016. He is a player's manager. The pitch. Swing and a ball hooked in the air up the left field side, peeling foul. And out of play. So the count levels now to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gary Brown. Gary's still trying to get going offensively. He's shown flashes here this season. He was on a 3-game hitting streak there for a while, but that quickly evaporated. He did get a hit in game 1, but at times this year he's really spinning his wheels trying to figure it out at the plate. 2-2. Swing and a fly ball into shallow center. Jones coming on, jogging to the spot. John makes the catch. Garcia stays put at second base.
Now batting number 8, second baseman, Steve.
2 outs here is Steve Lombardozzi.
Lombardozzi.
Bottom of the 2nd, Blue Crabs now up 3-0. Lombardozzi switch hitter batting left. He walked in his first plate appearance and scored a run. The pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball and no strikes. Lombardozzi not even stepping out of the batter's box. Climbs right back in, ready to go. There's the pitch. Swing and a looper. Out to shallow left along the line. Roof coming on. It drops in front for a hit and rolls into foul territory. Scoring is Garcia. Lombardozzi on his way to second. The throw to the bag is on time, and the tag applied by the second baseman Carrillo. Lombardozzi out, but the run does score with Garcia crossing the plate before. So it's an RBI single for Steve Lombardozzi, and 7-4 on the putouts. The Crabs adding to their lead with 2 more runs on 2 hits, and at the end of 2 innings of play, it is the Blue Crabs the Blue Crabs 4, and the Bees, I don't want to shortchange them. Blue Crabs 4 and the Bees nothing on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
ID Shield, a division of Legal Shield, continues the mission of providing identity protection to more than 1 million people in 50 states and 4 Canadian provinces. Teamed with Crow, no other company combines the expertise of the most knowledgeable identity protection specialists in the industry. The team of dedicated individuals does whatever it takes for as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. For more information, log on to www.legalshieldassociate.com/BowareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Boware at 571-337-3588.
Top half of inning number 3 here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Blue Crabs are up 4-0.
Now batting number 19.
It'll be 9-1-2. Murphy, Chavez, and Carrillo do up against the left-hander Scott Snodgrass. Scott has allowed just 1 hit in the game. He has walked 2 batters, but has struck out 3. Right-handed hitting Nick Murphy at the plate. The wind, the pitch. In for a strike with a fastball. Popping into the mid of Molina over the inside edge. 0-1. I mentioned that Snodgrass with 3 strikeouts and 2 walks here today. The kick in the next offering. A little bit outside. And it's 1-1. In his last 3 starts, Snodgrass has walked more guys than he has struck out. So I mentioned that number before, where at times in his career he has shown ability to strike out guys, but also to walk batters as well. Here's a swing and a foul off to the right and out of play. And that's kind of been the case the last 3 starts for Snodgrass. But when he is effective, from what I've noticed, when he is effective, and I mean, I guess this kind of applies to every pitcher, but when he is effective, he throws a lot of strikes. 0-2. Swinging a ground ball pushed to second. 2 steps to his left. Lombardozzi. He gloves and throws out Murphy at first. 1 out now for Brandon Chavez.
Now batting number
Yeah, again, that goes for every pitcher, but Snodgrass especially, that good fastball in terms of velocity, 91, 92 miles per hour. If he spots that thing up and throws strikes, he can be very effective with his off-speed stuff as well. 4-0 Blue Crabs, top of the 3rd with 1 out. Top of the order, Brandon Chavez. Switch hitter batting right. He walked his first plate appearance back in the 1st. The wind of the pitch. In for a strike, clipping the outside edge. Snodgrass into the wind. Here's an 0-1. Taken low with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Snodgrass turns, kicks, and fires. Swinging a ground ball to short. Garcia charges, scoops, and quickly slings to first. Quickly and swiftly. Eric Garcia 6-3 on the putouts. 2 outs for Steve Carrillo. Snodgrass looking for his first 1-2-3 inning of the day. 2 outs, nobody on, 4-0. Southern Maryland out in front. Carrillo walked in his first plate appearance back in the first. Yeah, Snodgrass walked the first 2 guys that he faced. It looked like it was going to be an ugly inning, but he worked his way out of it, striking out Rosa and then getting Craig Maddox to ground to the 6-3 double play. The turn, the kick, and the pitch on the way. Swinging a pop foul off first as Wilson gives it a look. It twists out of play. Nothing in 1 is the count to Steve Carrillo. Getting the start here in game 2 at second base. The line, the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, pretty well hit to left. Walton going back on it. Jamar slowing down. And he makes a one-hand catch on the outer rim of the warning track. Moving back into his left near the alleyway. Inning over, and a good job by Scott Snodgrass as he sits the Bees down in order, 1-2-3. We move on to the last of the third. It is Southern Maryland 4 and New Britain nothing. This is the Legal ID Shield, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Hey, Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark June 14th for Hearing Professionals Silver Sluggers Night. On June 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish, join us for Coors Light Can Do Wednesday. $3 Coors Light beers from 5:30 to the middle of the 5th inning. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Scott Main, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Good pitcher on the hill. It's the left-hander Anthony Marzi. And he is on relief for Colin Moberly, who went 2 innings here today, allowing 4 runs on 3 hits, walking 3, and striking out 1. It'll be Nelson, Wilson, and Molina due up for the Blue Crabs up 4-0. 4 runs, 3 hits for Southern Maryland. And just 1 hit allowed on the other side by Scott Snodgrass. So, as we approach the almost halfway point of this game 2 of the doubleheader, both games 7 innings long. The Crabs looking to sweep the doubleheader today. Tomorrow, back to the normal schedule, 7:05 first pitch, 6:40 pregame, right here on the Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Hope you join us then. We will talk with former Blue Crabs manager Stan Clyburn before the game and also manager Jeremy Owens as well. So a big day tomorrow. Hope you join us then. So Bryant Nelson will start things. He walked and scored a run in his first plate appearance back in the first. Marzi, the left-hander, sets. The pitch. Swinging a looper. Out to shallow right center. Coming on is Jones. It drops down in front of Jones and Hewitt, the right fielder, for a hit. Nelson serving it into shallow right center. A base hit. He's on base for the second time here today. The Crabs now with 4 hits here in the game, and Zach Wilson will come to the plate. Marzi, his 5th appearance, a 1.50 ERA. Opponent's hitting 208 off of the left-hander. Big over-the-top delivery. Zach Wilson, the batter, the pitch. A strike over the outside. Wilson struck out swinging his first time. Still looking for his first hit here on the homestand. Here's the set from the chest. Now the pitch. Inside, check swing, the appeal. And Zach was able to check his swing according to James Clayton. the first base umpire. So it is 1 ball and 1 strike with Molina on deck. 4-0 Blue Crabs, bottom of the third. The pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball, pulled just foul outside of third. Tomorrow in the final game of the series, it'll be Brian Dupra, right-hander, starting for New Britain against Sean Garceau, who's getting the start for Southern Maryland. He lost his last outing against Long Island. 1-2. Swung on, tipped foul at the plate, and that got a piece of the catcher, Murphy. You know, if I'm manager Stan Clyburn, I'm not sure where you put Colin Moberly in terms of a game situation. A knuckleballer who only threw 2 innings today. What do you really do with that? The 1-2. In the dirt, and the block by Murphy using the chest protector. He quickly scampers on it and holds Nelson at first. I mean, you could put him in a bullpen role, but I don't think you can put him in long relief. I mean, maybe you can, but I don't know. That's a tough call. I don't know, but he's done for the day. Anthony Marzi, the left-hander, with a fastball, a changeup. He's on the mound. Next offering is popped up foul off of first. Griffin gives it a look as it peels out of play. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the set. 2-2 on the way. Inside and a tad low. Now the count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the out-of-town scoreboard today, Marlins in the bottom of the third with a 2-1 lead over the Phillies in Philadelphia. 3-2. Runner goes. A swing and a pop foul out of play to the right. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Detroit with a 2-0 lead, bottom of the third over Minnesota. Boston, Kansas City, about to get underway in Kansas City. That is game 1 of a doubleheader. Toss over to first, Nelson back in safely standing. Here's the set. Now the 3-2. Runner goes. A swing and a foul back to the screen. Good cut by Wilson. Good at bats. Later on, game 2 of the doubleheader between the Red Sox and the Royals. 8:15 first pitch. A good one. David Bryce against Edison Volquez. That'll be a fun one. Texas and Oakland tonight. Later on this afternoon. 3:35. Atlanta, Pittsburgh, 7:05 tonight. Here's the pitch. Runner not going. High and outside, ball 4. First and second for the Blue Crabs with nobody out. A single and now a walk to Wilson. And now Gustavo Molina will come to the plate. That's 4 walks issued, by the way,
Now batting number 23.
by New Britain pitching. Molina with that 2-run single back in the first. 4-0 Blue Crabs, last of the third. Yeah, good one in Pittsburgh tonight. Julio Teheran on the mound for Atlanta. Francisco Liriano for Pittsburgh. First offering, a called strike over the inside. Seattle and Baltimore tonight. 7:05 first pitch at Camden Yards. Tampa Bay, Toronto. Odorizzi against Dickey tonight. In Toronto, 7:07 first pitch. Next offering. Up high. One ball and 1 strike to Gustavo Molina. 4-0 Blue Crabs the pitch. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. Molina fouling that breaking ball off. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jamar Walton is on deck. Nelson with the leadoff bloop single. He is at second. Wilson walked. He is at first. Wind blowing out to right center field. Off the first base edge of the rubber. Marzi checks the runner and fires. Swung on, fouled back over the screen, over our heads out of play. So the count holds at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gustavo Molina. He was playing in just his second home game this year. Made his debut against Lancaster back on the 11th, last Wednesday. The 1-2. Swung on, popped him up, foul behind the plate. Murphy ripping off the mask, gives it a look, and watches it drop into the lower bowl out of play. Molina putting together a good at bat here against Anthony Marzi. Check of the runner at second. Long look, and now the 1-2 pitch. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Did he go? No, he did not. According to first base umpire James Clayton. A good block right there by Murphy to hold the runners at first and second as the count evens to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do here if you're Stan Clyburn. I would think you're hoping that Anthony Marzi can go the length, well, maybe not the length, but the bulk of this game on the mound, because Colin Moberly, again, only went 2 innings. But Marzi has thrown a lot of pitches here in the third, and he has not recorded an out. Here's a swing and a bloop into shallow right. 3 men converging. Carrillo back from second. He won't get there. It bounces over his head and down for a hit. Nelson on his way to third. He's being held up there. He takes a big turn. The throw comes into the plate, and the bases are loaded, so everybody moving up a bag. Hewitt came in from right. Griffin back from first. Carrillo really had the best chance at it, and he was unable to make the play. So the Blue Crabs have 2 hits here in the inning, 5 in the game. And Jamar Walton will come to the plate. He grounded into a 6-4-3 double play back in the first. Walton, left-handed batter. The pitch. In the dirt low, kicked by Murphy. As he picks it up on the grass, everybody stays put at their respective bags. Nelson thought about coming home, but put on the brakes, thought better of it as he was about a quarter of the way down the line. Now he quickly chatted up with Jovan Rosa, his former teammate. 1-0 to Jamar Walton. Darby Myers is on deck. Here's the pitch. Low and away with a fastball, and it's 2-0. So nowhere to put Walton, and Marzi is down the count here. And it's a good hitter's count for Jamar. Here's the set. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a fly ball into left. Pretty well hit. Playable for Roof going back on it. Now he comes in 4 steps, makes the catch. Nelson tags from third. He will score standing without a play. And the Blue Crabs now have a 5-0 lead. Jamar Walton with his 4th RBI of the day combined between the 2 games. Wilson staying put at second. Same thing with Molina at first. Darby Myers will hit. He lined out softly to the third baseman, Rosa, his first time. Myers hits from the right side, 1 out. Grabs a 5-0. The pitch. Swung on, blooped into shallow right center field. Coming on is Hewitt. He makes a one-hand running catch. Blue Crabs have had a couple of bloop hits here in the ball game. That time Hewitt was able to make that grab. Runner staying put, and there's 2 gone.
Now batting designated hitter, number 7, John DeZamba.
Here's John DeZamba now. Marzi, 6'1", 205 pounds. He's from Berlin, Connecticut. Graduate of UConn. Pitched through to a 3.05 ERA during his career with the Huskies of UConn. And he finished in the top 4 in school history in 4 major categories. Here's the pitch. Zamba takes a little bit low and inside. Innings pitched, strikeouts. 297 and a third and 217 strikeouts overall from the left-hander from Berlin, Connecticut. That big over-the-top delivery. Here's the pitch. In for a strike over the outside edge. Fastball that time. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count to Dzamba, who walked and scored a run back in the second inning. Here's the pitch. Outside and low. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Check of the runner, now the pitch. In for a strike over the outside. Two outs. Blue Crabs up 5-0. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, smothered by Murphy. Breaking ball missing. Runners will have a head start. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Blue Crabs, by the way, with 5 hits here in the game. 5 runs, 5 hits. They scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 here in the third. Runners go 3-2. Outside, ball 4. 5th walk issued by New Britain pitching. The struggles continue. Here is Eric Garcia coming to the plate. Eric with an RBI double and a run scored in the second inning. Gustavo Molina with an RBI double in the game as well. Lamordosi with an RBI single. Time is called here. Jason Blanton, pitching coach, out to talk things over with Anthony Marzi here. Bullpen is active down the right field line for New Britain. So meeting at the mound is adjourned, and we are ready to go. Garcia, the shortstop, climbs in left side. I'm trying to figure out the combination as to why Garcia and Lamordosi switch. I mean, I guess either one could play the position. Both are very good middle infielders. Lamordosi was at short for game 1. Bases loaded, the pitch. Outside, ball 1. And here in game 2, Lamordosi is second, and Garcia is now the shortstop. Brown is on deck. Now the 1-0 pitch. Outside low, 2-0. Here's the set. Now the 2-0 pitch. In for a strike at the knees. Lefty on lefty matchup. The pitch. Outside low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nowhere to put Garcia as Gary Brown is waiting on deck. Blue Crabs up 5-0. A chance to really break this thing open here. But I'll tell you what, we've had a slow pace. The first game was fast, but we've had a slow pace to this one here in the second. The pitch. Up high, ball 4. Another walk. That forces a run in. Wilson will score from third. Garcia, his second RBI of the day. And the Blue Crabs now have a 6-0 lead. And this is going to be it for Marzi. Jason Blanton, the pitching coach. Again, Stan cannot come out of the dugout because he's got a shattered foot right now. When he was hit by a foul ball earlier in the season when he was standing in the dugouts. In fact, it was Rosa who actually ripped it foul, pulling it on the ground. And he got hit right in the foot. All right, so that's it for Marzi. A pitching change. And the Blue Crabs still with the bases loaded, now up 6-0 here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. 6-0 Southern Maryland. 2 outs, bottom of the third on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about the upcoming promotions for June 10th through June 11th. On June 10th, when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks, enjoy Salute the Troops, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies. Bring your military ID and receive free admission into the ballpark. On June 11th, SAIC will be presenting Veterans Appreciation Night, including a hat giveaway for the first 1,000 fans and a firework extravaganza presented by SAIC after the conclusion of the 7th inning. On June 12th, the Blue Crabs continue to take on the Long Island Ducks for Little League Day, John Hanson Middle School Spirit Day, and a pregame autograph session, as well as kids playing free in Pinch's Playground and kids post-game run the bases.
A pitching change, and the new hurler is the right-hander, Tim Boyce. Blue Crabs now up 6-0 as they've scored 2 runs on 2 hits and 3 walks here in the bottom of the third inning. Yeah, 3 walks, not very good. By the way, New Britain pitching today has allowed 6 walks overall. So Tim Boyce is on relief for Anthony Marcy, who was chased out of the game after going 2/3 of an inning, allowing a run on a hit and walking 3. Gary Brown will stand in. 2 outs, bases loaded. Molina is at third. Uzamba is at second. Garcia at first. Eric Garcia, by the way, today with 2 RBIs here in Game 2. Brown flew out to center back in the second inning. The pitch. Inside, at the knees, is Brown. Backs away, 1 ball and no strikes. I mean, the Bees, speaking of, are in a tough spot here because they're going into their bullpen in what is already a shortened game. And this is a midweek ball game. 1-0. Swinging a ground ball pulled to third. Backhand pick. Rosa races to the bag and steps on it ahead of the sliding Dezamba. Inning over. Blue Crabs, though. I guess we'll continue that point next time the Blue Crabs come to bat. I'll make a note of it. But the Blue Crabs here in the inning scoring 2 runs on 2 hits and 3 walks issued by New Britain pitching. At the end of 3 innings of play, it is Southern Maryland 6 and New Britain nothing on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Lay back and smell the sun. Warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street.
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Top half of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Traps up 6-0 here in game 2 of the doubleheader, as Jovan Rosa will lead things off. Rosa, Maddox, and Griffin, 3-4-5 in the order against Scott Snodgrass, who has plenty of room to work. His team up 6-0. Here's the windup in the pitch. Outside corner, a called strike 1. Rosa struck out swinging his first time, one of 3 strikeouts for Snodgrass. 6 runs, 5 hits for the Blue Crabs, no runs, just 1 hit. For Bridgeport, Blue Crabs have scored 2 runs in 3 consecutive innings. The 0-1 offering. Outside, off the corner. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Snodgrass turns, kicks, and fires. Check swing, strike called. I think the pitch actually caught the outside edge. I think combine that with the fact that Rosa, I think, went around. Again, I don't have a replay monitor in front of me, but I think he went around. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Snodgrass into the wind, kicks and delivers home. Swinging a line drive into right center field. On the run, Myers, he won't get there as he circles around it and plays it on 1 bounce in the gap. Rosa with the second hit of the ball game here for the Bees.
Now batting number 24, Craig Maddox.
Now it's Craig Maddox who grounded into a 6-3 double play his first time. Maddox left-handed batting DH. Nobody loosening down the left field line in the bullpen for Southern Maryland. The pitch on the way. Maddox takes high and tight, straightening up the body out of the way of that fastball. Snodgrass in his last appearance against Long Island on the 13th, 5 innings, 7 runs, 10 hits. He struck out 3 and walked just 1. This year opponents are hitting .338 coming into this start off of Scott. Here's the pitch. Strike called over the outside edge. Good fastball. I wonder how tough it is for lefties to hit Snodgrass. That arm slot is over the top, but it seems like left-handers at times have trouble picking up the baseball off of Snodgrass. I've never faced him, I'm not sure, but that's what it looks like from up here. Here's a 1-1 swing and a foul back towards the screen. Molina throwing off the mask. With room on the warning track, Gustavo makes the catch. Maddox is out. And now John Griffin will hit with 1 out. Blue Crabs up 6-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. Speaking of Molina, he has a 2-run single here today. Garcia with a pair of RBIs. Lombardozzi with an RBI as well. Griffin struck out looking his first time. John, a right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. And it's 0-1. Snodgrass with a high set. The 0-1 pitch. Foul tip to the plates. And that got a piece, I think, of the right shin guard of Molina. Gustavo really got banged up last year. Remember, he got hit in the groin by a foul ball. And that caused him to miss the rest of the season. He got hit late in the year last year. But at times, he really gets beat up back there. Catching is a tough position. I'm so surprised that guys like a Mike Piazza were able to do it at the major league level for so long. It really is tough. Oh, 0-2 with 1 out, 6-0 Blue Crabs, top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Griffin down on strikes for the second time here today as Snodgrass blows a fastball right by him.
Number 2, Jonathan Roof.
So Snodgrass with 4 strikeouts. Here's Jonathan Roof. He struck out swinging his first time. 2 outs, 6-0 Blue Crabs. Rosa with that leadoff single. He's still at first base. Jovan coming into the day, the team's leading hitter, does not have any stolen bases. Here's the pitch. Outside with a fastball. And that's ball 1. Snodgrass taking his time. Scott is thrown just 1-2-3 inning here in the game. Sets shoulder high. Now the pitch. Swung on, a fly ball into shallow right. Myers sprinting over towards the line, settles under, and Darby puts the squeeze on it. Inning over, and that leadoff single by Jovan Rosa does not amount to anything. We move on to the last of the 4th inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Crabs up 6-0 over the Bees on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a Jersey Auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
6-0 Southern Maryland, last of the 4th. Steve Lombardozzi will start things against Tim Boyce, the right-hander. Lombardozzi switch hitter batting left. Second inning of work for Boyce. Here's the pitch. Fastball runs off the outside corner. And that's ball 1. Boyce, the 3rd pitcher of the afternoon. Moberly started the knuckleballer, 2 innings pitched, 4 runs. All 4 earned on 3 hits. He had no control. He walked 3 guys. Next offering, outside. A fastball missing, 2-0. Anthony Marzi, 2/3 of an inning. Another guy who did not have a very good outing. And Tim Boyce came in, cleaned up the mess, and now he's out there again for another inning of work. The right-hander kicks and fires. Swung on, served foul, back to the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count to Lombardozzi, with Bryant Nelson waiting on deck. He'll be followed by Zach Wilson. The Crabs sent 8 men to the plate in that 3rd inning where they scored 2 runs. They also scored 2 in the 1st and the 2nd. Lombardozzi with an RBI today. Here's the pitch. Outside, a fastball runs off the corner. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Lombardozzi with that RBI single in the 2nd, and he walked and scored a run in the 1st. Here's the set. Boyce kicks and delivers. Outside, that's ball 4. 7 walks issued by Bees pitching here today. Now Bryant Nelson will come to the plate, with the Blue Crabs up 6-0 here in the game. Nelson has been on base twice. He walked and scored a run in the 1st. Singled and scored another run in the 3rd. Switch hitter, batting left. Dropped down a couple of big sacrifice bunts here in game 1 today. Here's the pitch. In for a strike towards the outside edge. Nelson didn't like it. Had a couple of words for Eric Solfaro, the home plate umpire. There's been more contention with the home plate umpires today. James Clayton and Eric Solfaro. from New Britain side than the Southern Maryland side. Here's an 0-1 change running off the outside corner for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boyce attended the University of Rhode Island. He's from Fall River, Massachusetts. 6'2", 205 pounds. Lombardozzi the lead off of first. Not running the pitch. Swung on, lined into right field. That's down in front of Hewitt for a base hit. Anthony plays it on 1 bounce. Lombardozzi stops at second. Good hitting today by Southern Maryland, especially here in Game 2. They have 6 hits here in the ballgame. Now Zach Wilson will hit with runners at first and second. Zach with a walk and a run scored in his last plate appearance in the 3rd. I mentioned it a couple of times here today. This would be a huge sweep of the doubleheader if the Blue Crabs could pull it off. Here's the pitch. Wilson swings and rips it down the left field line. It's fair. And heading towards the corner. Around third, Lombardozzi. He jogs home and scores. Nelson into third base standing. Wilson into second with an RBI double. So Zach Wilson has now doubled in 9 of his last 11 games. And he puts the Blue Crabs out in front 7-0. Blue Crabs with 7 hits here in the game. Still nobody out here in the top of the 4th. Here's Gustavo Molina, who is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and 2 RBIs. That came back in the 1st inning. 7-0 Southern Maryland. The pitch on the way. Inside with a breaking ball as Molina spins out of the way. 1 ball and no strikes. The Crabs with 7 runs on 7 hits. A good offensive day overall. They're getting pretty good pitching from Scott Snodgrass on the other side, who has 4 strikeouts, and he's allowed just 2 hits. Next offering. Swung on, popped foul. Straight back over the screen, out of play, and over our heads. Molina last year played in 78 games with the Blue Crabs. As I mentioned, missed a good amount of time with some injuries. There was talk with his month of May last year where he hit .364 that he was in the MVP running for the league. The pitch. Swung on, popped him up. Left side of the infield, Rosa straddling the line behind the third base bag. Jovan makes the catch in fair territory. 1 out. Here is Jamar Walton.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the Blue Crabs scoring 7 runs in tonight's game, Sonic Blast has been activated.
Walton with a sacrifice fly RBI back in the 3rd between the 2 games here today. He's got 4 runs driven in. He also grounded into a 6-4-3 double play back in the 1st. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Southern Maryland up 7-0. Left-handed batting Walton. Here's the pitch. In for a strike, dotting the outside corner with that heater. Boyce's fastball right around 86 to 88 miles per hour. Spent some time in the Mariners organization. 1-0 pitch. Waved at and missed off speed. Walton was out in front. 0-2 is the count. Boyce sets, he kicks and fires. Swung on, grounded to short. Chavez circles in, gloving it, throws to first. That's in time. Scoring from 3rd is Nelson. It's an RBI ground out by Jamar Walton, his 2nd RBI of the game. Wilson up to 3rd base. Blue Crabs now up 8-0.
Now batting number 4, Darby Myers.
Here's Darby Myers. So Southern Maryland has pushed 2 runs across in their 4 bats here today. Myers 0 for 2. Right-handed hitter. The pitch on the way. Then for a strike, a breaking ball bends in. Couple of hits in the inning, Nelson and Wilson. This game is a feel to it of that of a couple of Sundays ago where the Blue Crabs defeated York by the final of 11-7. Time is called as a baseball from the bullpen down the right field line comes into the field of play. Those are always really good wins. And I think today, especially with that walk-off win, to be able to build momentum off of that. Now, 2.5 innings away from taking the doubleheader. It's a good thing. Here's a 1-0 swing and a miss. Actually, I should say it was, 0-1. The scoreboard again was off by a pitch. So it's 0-2. The pitch. Swung on, popped foul, off first. Giving a look is Murphy as he runs out of room. It twists out of play towards the first base side. About 3 rows deep in the seats. So the count holds at 0-2. Outfielder shading a smidge towards right center. A high set. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, looped, foul off first. Griffin, plenty of room behind the coach's box. Stepping into foul territory. He makes a one-hand catch on the grass. The inning is over. Blue Crabs push 2 more runs across on 2 hits. And at the end of 4 innings of play, it is Southern Maryland 8 and New Britain nothing on the legal ID Shield. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about some upcoming promotions here at Regency Furniture Stadium. On June 1st, come out and see your Blue Crabs take on the Somerset Patriots and enjoy Coors Light Can Do Wednesday, where from 5:30 until the middle of the 5th inning, get $3 Coors Lights out in our picnic pavilion, as well as enjoy live music before the game. On June 2nd, the Crabs will take on the Somerset Patriots again with a special 12:05 start time for Business Persons Appreciation Day. Coming out and cheer on your Blue Crabs, and welcome to Crustacean Nation, USA.
Scott Snodgrass finishing up his warm-up tosses. Blue Crabs have scored 2 runs in 4 straight innings. They are up 8-0 here in the game, looking to sweep the doubleheader here today. Bottom 3 in the order, it'll be Jones, Hewitt, and Murphy. Snodgrass with 4 strikeouts in the game. Jones with a single back in the 2nd inning. Right-handed batter. Snodgrass tucking in his white jersey back into his belt. Wind picks up a little bit here at the ballpark, blowing about 7 miles per hour right now. And it's blowing out to right center field. The wind, the pitch. Low and in, ball 1. Snodgrass got off to a little bit of a rocky start here in the game. He walked 2 guys, but saw his way out of that jam. And since then, he's allowed just 2 hits. His best outing of the year, 1-0. There's a strike with a fastball at the knees. One ball and 1 strike. The finale of the series tomorrow, Game 4, here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Bees and the Blue Crabs, 7:05 first pitch. The 1-1. Swung on, bounced right back to the mound. Snodgrass gloves it, jogs onto the grass, and flips underhand to first. One out for Anthony Hewitt. Fans ID Shield provides security monitoring and complete restoration of your valuable information, protecting what is valuable to you. They monitor your credit, social security number, and also track your credit score. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwareMJ or contact Marcellus and Jeanette Bulware at 571-337-3588. Nobody on base. Anthony Hewitt will hit. He flew out to center in his first at bat back in the second. The pitch on the way. In for a strike over the outside. 8-0. Blue Crabs have the lead here in the top of the fifth. The turn, the kick, the pitch. Low and away. A change piece missing. 1 ball and 1 strike. So New Britain in danger of dropping to 12-14 on the year. And again, right now, this is a big series for them because they're in the thick of things over in the Liberty division. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Hewitt was late on a fastball. Anthony not wearing any batting gloves here in this at bat. Looks down at his hands here as he tries to get a good grip on that black piece of lumber. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Medium depth for the outfielders. Normal positions for the infielders. 2-strike pitch. Low with a change. And it's 2-2. Yeah, that fastball really comes out of the left hand of Snodgrass very quickly. He's got a good fastball with that velocity. Today his off-speed pitches are working pretty well too. Tall left-hander. With his team up 8-0 with 1 out here in the top of the fifth. He deals 2-2. Check swing, strike 3, called at the knees. Down goes Hewitt. 5 strikeouts in the game for Scott Snodgrass. And even if Hewitt, who is arguing right now, or was, as he walks back to the first base side dugout, even if that pitch was low, I still think he went around. 2 outs, nobody on, 8-0 Blue Crabs. Here's Nick Murphy, top of the 5th inning. Murphy, the catcher, grounded out his first time to the second baseman, Lombardozzi. Snodgrass looking for his second 1-2-3 inning. The wind and the pitch. Taken for a called strike over the outside corner. We will quickly wrap things up after the ball game, by the way, on the post-game wrap-up show. We'll call it a post-game wrap-up segment. Here's an 0-1. In the dirt, picked out by Molina. They've been on the air for a long time here today. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs. The Crabs up 8-0. Snodgrass turns, kicks, and fires. Swung on, looped foul back over the screen and out of play. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs up 8-0. Nobody on base. Top half of the 5th inning. The on-deck hitter is Brandon Chavez. Snodgrass into the wind. Here's the 1-2. Just misses a little bit high. That big over-the-top delivery, a changeup, and I can hear a couple of people from the crowd going, ho, ho, ho. That one was a little bit high, but it didn't miss by much. I think some of the crowd thought it was strike 3. I did as well. I thought that was strikeout number 6 for Mr. Snodgrass. Scott into the wind, 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hooked in the air along the left field line. 3 men converging. Garcia, Nelson. Garcia, the shortstop, calling in foul territory on the warning track, and nobody catches it. It just drops right onto the maroon gravel and up into the seats out of play. I don't know who said I got it. Walton came in from left, but that really wasn't his baseball. It could have been, but again, he had kind of a tough angle. Garcia had the best chance at it. Nelson was going back on a tough angle from third. He gave way, and Garcia just didn't make the catch. So the count holds at 2-2 as Murphy is still alive at the plate. Snodgrass into the wide. Here is the 2-2. Swinging a ball served in the air, foul. Right side out of play. So the count holds at 2-2. Snodgrass ready to work. Into his motion, the 2-2 home. Swing and a miss, struck him out. 6 strikeouts for Scott Snodgrass. Nicely done. Bees set down in order for the second time here today. We move on to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It is the Blue Crabs 8 and the Bees nothing on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, come out to the ballpark June 14th for Hearing Professionals Silver Sluggers Night. On June 15th against the Bridgeport Bluefish, join us for Coors Light Can Do Wednesday. $3 Coors Light beers from 5:30 to the middle of the 5th inning. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or log on to somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Scott Main, and you're listening to the Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Another new pitcher on the mound here for the Bees. Blue Crabs up 8-0. We're in the last of the 5th inning. The new pitcher is Jarrett Leverett. On relief for Tim Boyce, who went an inning. Before Boyce, it was Anthony Marzi, who struggled 2/3 of an inning, and Colin Moberly, 2 innings, getting the start. The knuckleballer allowing 4 runs on 3 hits while walking 3. Bottom 3 in the order for the Blue Crabs. Dezamba, Garcia, and Brown due up. Thanks for being with us today on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network. Fans, did you know that last year 57 million Americans had at least one legal issue? Don't be just another statistic. For just $17.95 a month, Legal Shield provides coverage for single adults without dependents, legal advice, letters and phone calls on your behalf, legal document review, and trial defense. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BulwerMJ or call 571-337-3588. So Dezamba will start things, the DH. He has walked twice here today and has scored a run. Jarrett Leverett, left-hander sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on, tapped weakly to the right of the mound. Coming off is Leverett. He gloves and flips it a little bit high underhand. Griffin pulls it down for the out. Griffin is 6'6", so he should be able to pull it down. And he's a big target, so I don't know how that was so high from Jarrett Leverett. Maybe he had some nerves. I don't know. Anyway, Leverett 0-1, a 2.46 ERA. This is 5th appearance. Opponent's hitting .323 off of the left-hander. Now Eric Garcia will hit. Eric with 2 RBIs today, a double, and a bases-loaded walk. 8-0 Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch. Down low and inside. 1 ball and no strikes. That big over-the-top left-handed delivery. Blue Crabs 7 hits here in the game. The pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted in the air to shallow left, 3 men converging. Rosa, Chavez, Roof. It's Roof coming on. It drops down fair just inside the chalk for a hit. Garcia with a bloop hit, and everything working in his favor here today. Rosa went back from third. Same thing with Chavez from short. Roof came sprinting in, and both Rosa and Chavez gave way. Nobody caught it, though. 8 hits for Southern Maryland here in the game. Now Gary Brown will hit 1 on 1 outs. By the way, Southern Maryland has had at least one base runner in every inning. The pitch. Up high. Gary Brown 0 for 2 here in the game. From the belt. The pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. Blue Crabs have scored 2 runs in the last 4 innings. Here we are, bottom of the 5th. They have not scored any runs, but they've got a base runner at first with 1 out. Garcia, by the way, today 2 for 2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball into shallow center. Jones moving in and to his left. John has it lined up, and he makes the grab. Back to the top of the order for Steve Lombardozzi.
Number 8, second baseman, Steve Lombardozzi.
Lombardozzi has walked twice. He has scored 2 runs, and he drove in a run with an RBI single in the second. Here's the pitch. In for a strike to the switch hitter, batting from the right side. It's 0-1. The pitch. Swinging a foul, backing out of play towards the first base side. Lombardozzi 3 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored in Game 1 today. Another RBI here in Game 2. He continues to make it look easy at the plate. 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced weakly towards third. Rosa charges. Gloves on the cut of the grass. Off balance, throw to first. The stretch by Griffin, and it's too late. Lombardozzi legs it out, an infield single. A strong throw from Rosa. But Steve, with that great hustle and good speed, earns himself the infield single. Up to second goes Garcia. Here's Bryant Nelson. Blue Crabs have 9 hits here in the game. Nelson a pair of singles. And he walked back in the first. He's got 3 runs scored here today. Here's the pitch. A little bit low and outside. A fastball missing from Leverett. 1 ball and no strikes. From the belt with an inside target, the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball along the right field line. Slicing foul and out of play. One ball and 1 strike. 2 outs. Blue Crabs up 8-0 here in the last of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Check swing low. Did he go? Nope. First base umpire James Clayton with the call. Two balls and 1 strike is the count with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Nelson went swinging for the fences that time. And he came up empty. 2-2. Here's the set. The pitch. Swung on, bounced on the ground to second. Collected in the chest by Carrillo. He sidearms to first, and the inning is over. Blue Crabs with 2 hits. They leave 2 runners on at the end of 5 innings of play. It is Southern Maryland 8 and New Britain nothing. This is the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID Shield.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, this is Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, telling you about the upcoming promotions for June 10th through June 11th. On June 10th, when the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks, enjoy Salute the Troops, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and the St. Charles Companies. Bring your military ID and receive free admission into the ballpark. On June 11th, SAIC will be presenting Veterans Appreciation Night, including a hat giveaway for the first 1,000 fans and a firework extravaganza presented by SAIC after the conclusion of the 7th inning. On June 12th, the Blue Crabs continue to take on the Long Island Ducks for Little League Day, John Hanson Middle School Spirit Day, and a pregame autograph session, as well as kids playing free in Pinch's Playground and kids post-game run the bases.
Scott Snodgrass finishing up his warm-up tosses as we now move on to the top of the 6th inning. It'll be the top of the order for the Bees, down 8-0 to the Blue Crabs. It'll be Chavez, Carrillo, and Rosa.
Our goal isn't just to meet your expectations. We aim to reset them. Once again, fans, the Sonic Glass has been activated.
Chavez is 0 for 1 in the game with a ground out and a walk. Snodgrass has allowed just 2 hits here in the game, and he also has 6 strikeouts. Scott is looking for his first win of the year. Chavez switch hitter batting right. The windup in the pitch. In for a strike over the outer third. Snodgrass into the wind. Here's an 0-1. Low and away. Fastball missing. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody loosening in the bullpen down the left field line. And again, this is a 7-inning game because of the doubleheader. So Snodgrass, I'm speculating here, but he may go all 7 innings. He may pitch a complete game here today. We will see. We still have a couple of innings to go. 1-1. Swinging a hot shot. Back up the middle over the leaping Eric Garcia and into left center field for a hit. That's the 3rd of the game off of Snodgrass. Now Steve Carrillo will hit. Carrillo 0 for 1 here in the game. Here's the set. Now the pitch. Swinging a hot shot. Back up the middle. That's through into center for a base hit. Chavez stopping at second base. Brown scoops it up cleanly. And there's 2 on here for the Bees, down 8-0 in the top of the 6th. Back-to-back hits. Now here comes Jovan Rosa. And how quickly the bullpen is starting to get loose here down the left field line. So there you go. I speculated a little bit too early. That may be Tim Sexton, by the way, loosening down the left field line. Again, he was supposed to start game 1, but then that was changed. As John Lester was put into the starting rotation. At least for game 1. Here's the pitch. Rosa looks at a fastball over the outside corner. Strike 1 call. Here's the set position. Now the pitch. Swung on, grounded to short. Garcia moves to his right. He scoops to second one. Lombardozzi's turn on to first. A double play. A big pitch from Scott Snodgrass as Carrillo is erased off the base paths. 6-4-3 double play. I'll tell you what, that combination of Garcia and Lombardozzi in the middle of the infield, at least with the glove, is very good. They turned that nicely. Here's Craig Maddox 0 for 2 in the game with 2 outs. And the first run of the ball game for the Bees, 90 feet away in Chavez. Maddox 0 for 2, left-handed batter. Here's the set. Now the pitch. taken high with a fastball. And it is 1-0. Here's the set. Now the pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted foul up the left field side. Slicing into the seats, out of play. 1-1 strike to Maddox, who had that one big home run last night, about halfway up the grass hill in right field. But since then, he really has not done anything at all offensively here in the series. Here's the set position. Now the pitch on the way. Taken low. Two balls and one strike is the count to Maddox with Griffin on deck. Chavez is at third. He started the inning with a single. 2 outs, 8-0. Blue Crabs have the lead here in the top of the 6th inning. With an outside target. The 1-1. Inside and a little bit low. Now it's 3-1 to Maddox. Three balls and one strike. Here's a high set. Now the pitch. Swung on, tapped right in front of the mound. Coming onto the grass, Snodgrass. Scoops, spins, throws to first, and the inning is over. So Snodgrass works around those 2 leadoff singles as the Bees are set down here in the top of the 6th. Bottom of the frame, 6th inning. Blue Crabs 8. New Britain nothing on the Legal ID Shield Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network.
Blue Crabs fans, is your brand, business, or organization looking to increase exposure and gain new and diverse consumers in this Southern Maryland market? Look no further than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Regency Furniture Stadium. Our business partners are afforded unparalleled access to our consumer base of fans from attractive and potentially lucrative demographics with disposable income. Call today at 301-374-1133 for more information or to set up a consultation.
Lay back and smell the sun. Warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends that live down the street.
This is Justin Berg. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Zach Wilson will start things bottom half of the 6th inning for the Blue Crabs. It'll be 3-4-5, Wilson, Molina, and Walton due up against the left-hander Jarrett Leverett. Here's the set position. Now the pitch on the way. Swinging a foul off to the right and out of play. Blue Crabs 8 runs, 9 hits. No runs, 4 hits is the line for the Bees. Neither team has committed an error here today. Blue Crabs have a pitcher loosening down the left field line in the bullpen. He may come in the top of the 7th. We'll see. Here's the pitch. Wilson swings and rips it on a line to left. Roof going back, leaps up, and he makes a one-hand catch on the outer rim of the warning track. Good play by Jonathan Roof, who actually took a step in first. So Wilson is retired. Here is Gustavo Molina now.
Now batting number 23.
Molina 2 for 3 with a 2-run single back in the first and a single in the third. Right-handed batting Molina. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled back over the screen and out of play. Give you some out-of-town scores. Earlier today, the Bluefish defeated the Patriots 7-5 at Harbor Yard. The Ducks and the Skeeters 6:05 tonight. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped him up foul off first. Murphy gives that one a look as it twists out of play into the crowd. The Revolution and the Barnstormers at Clipper Magazine Stadium tonight, 7 o'clock, first pitch. Patriots Bluefish, 7:15 start. That game at Harbor Yard, game 2 of a doubleheader. Ducks and the Skeeters, 9:05 start from Constellation Fields. The pitch on the way. Swung on, ripped on the ground, fair inside the bag at third. Rolling down the left field line, heading towards the corner. Roof digs it out. Molina digging for second, and he's in there safely, standing with a double. Well, Molina 3 for 4 here today. The month of May has always been kind to Gustavo Molina in a Blue Crabs uniform. I mentioned it last year. Hit .364 in the month of May. And he is heating up. He homered last night, and he's got 3 hits here today. Southern Maryland with 10 hits overall. Now Jamar Walton will stand in, left side. Blue Crabs up 8-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground to the left side. Gloved, bobbled by Rosa moving to his left. He fires on to first in time to get Walton as Molina stays put at second base.
Now batting number 4.
Now Darby Myers will hit. By the way, Walton today with 2 RBIs as well. Myers 0 for 3. Right-handed batter with Molina at second. Southern Maryland up 8-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch on the way. Taken for a called strike of the knees over the inside corner. Well, an overcast day. The rain is held off, and here we are playing baseball. It's supposed to be beautiful tomorrow for the finale of this 4-game series. Looking forward to that. Always looking forward to the good weather. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped on the ground to short. Backtracking Chavez. Collects the hop. Quickly tosses to first, and the inning is over. Myers 0 for 4 in the game. No runs, a double by Molina. 1 man left in scoring position. Last chance coming up here for the Bees. Top of the 7th, Southern Maryland 8, New Britain nothing. This is the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network presented by Legal ID Shield.
Hey Blue Crabs fans, it's Austin Gore, marketing manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, here to tell you about some upcoming promotions. On June 23rd, your Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution for Academic Achievement Night, presented by Educational Systems Federal Credit Union, as well as a fireworks extravaganza presented by PNC. On June 24th, it's Salute the Troop Night, presented by Chick-fil-A of Charles County and St. Charles Companies, as well as a Jersey Auction, presented by the University of Maryland Charles Regional Medical Center Foundation. And on June 25th, it's Capitals Night at the ballpark, with an appearance by legendary broadcaster Joe Beninati. For more information, call 301-638-9788 or visit www.somdbluecrabs.com.
This is Brian Burris. Thanks for listening to Blue Crabs Baseball. Now back to the game.
Tim Sexton, the new pitcher for the Blue Crabs, top of the 7th. Last chance here for New Britain. Blue Crabs with 8 runs on 10 hits. New Britain, no runs, 4 hits. Against Sexton, it'll be Maddox, rather, Griffin, Roof, and Jones. Sexton, again, was supposed to be the starter for game one, but it was a late change with Lester being inserted into the rotation. So now Sexton is coming out of the bullpen. Scott Snodgrass in line for the win. He went 6 innings today, allowing 4 hits, striking out 6, and walking 2. A good outing by Scott. Something that the Blue Crabs really expected from him back when he was signed. He is in line for his first win of the season. John Griffin will start things at number 5 hitter. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. The pitch on the way. Taken low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Sexton 6'6", 185 pounds. From Baltimore, Maryland. Here's the pitch. Low and away. The first game moved fairly quickly. This second game, though, really has not gotten any traction whatsoever. 2-0 pitch. Outside. Now it's 3-0. The on-deck hitter is Jonathan Roof. Here's the pitch. In for a strike down the middle, right there at the knees. Now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, game 4 tomorrow, 7:05 first pitch. We'll be on the air with you at around 6:40. We will talk with Bees manager Stan Clyburn, and then we will also speak with Jeremy Owens as well. 3-1. Swung on, fouled back to the screen. And it's full at 3-2. We look forward to that tomorrow on what is supposed to be a clear day. I think we're very lucky we got the game in last night. It was raining all day yesterday. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Griffin, who was up at the count 3-0. Sexton came all the way back. Give Griffin the hat trick of strikeouts today. That's 7 for Southern Maryland pitching overall. Here's Jonathan Roof. 8-0 Blue Crabs, top of the 7th inning, 1 out. Offensively today for Southern Maryland, Gustavo Molina with a pair of RBIs. He went 3 for 4 overall. Here's the pitch. Roof takes a called strike over the outer third with a fastball. Lombardozzi with an RBI, Garcia with 2 RBIs and 2 hits. He was on base 3 times today. Walton with 2 RBIs, Wilson with an RBI. Here's the pitch. Low and away. The Blue Crabs scored 2 runs in 4 straight innings from the first to the 4th. They look for the series win tomorrow. Barring a miracle, of course, today. 1-1. Taken outside and a little bit high. Sexton working off the first base edge. Now he kicks and delivers. Swung on, chopped high on the ground, left side. Nelson cuts it off, moving to his left. He gloves, spins, throw to first. Out at first. Good play, Bryant Nelson. Nicely done. Nelson ranging to his left near the shortstop position to glove that one. Nicely done by the veteran. Then he showed off the arm strength, too. A knee-high throw to Zach Wilson to nail Jonathan Roof. Now it is John Jones, the final hope here for New Britain. Down 8-0 here in the top half of inning number 7. Here's the set. The pitch on the way. Taken for a called strike over the outer third. The high set, now the 0-1. Breaking ball, drops in. Strike 2 called over the outside corner. And now the Bees down to their final outs. Jones today 1 out of 2 with a single back in the second. The pitch on the way. Strike 3 called over the outside edge. The ball game is over, and the Blue Crabs have defeated the New Britain Bees, sweeping the doubleheader here today by the final here in Game 2 of 8-0. Nicely done by Southern Maryland. Good games played by the Blue Crabs in Game 1, and certainly here in Game 2 offensively. Good pitching from the winning pitcher, Scott Snodgrass, who picks up his first win of the year. Colin Moberly dropping to 0-2 with the loss. Tim Sexton finished it out. And the Blue Crabs 8 runs, 10 hits overall. Bees held to just 4 hits here today. Nicely done. Fans, did you know that Legal Shield has 39 provider law firms, 1,100 provider lawyers, and 20 years of average legal experience? Legal Shield provides legal protection you can trust. For more information, log on to LegalShieldAssociate.com/BullWare-MJ. Nicely done. We'll be on the air with you tomorrow, 6:40 for the pregame. And then 7:05, first pitch between the New Britain Bees and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We will see you then. That does it for us here at Regency Furniture Stadium. As we wrap things up, join us tomorrow. For more information, log on to allinbroadcasting.com, SOMDBlueCrabs.com for audio highlights and post-game interviews, and YouTube.com, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs page for full-game broadcasts, post-game interviews, video highlights, and much more. Jim Taraboka saying goodnight from Regency Furniture Stadium. You've been listening to Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball Network, presented by Legal ID Shield.
The wide, here's the payoff. Outside corner, got him looking. Strike 3, a fastball. Arceau from the belt, runner not going. The pitch is swung on, grounded to short. Lombardozzi charges. He scoops, shovels to second one. Nelson's turn. On to first is in time. A double play. The pitch. Swinging a fly ball. Off in the air to right and deep. Repko going back. He turns, looks, and it's gone. Into his motion, the payoff pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 called over the inside corner. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs Baseball is presented by Legal ID Shield.